So hello guys, welcome to the blockchain century, and today we are going to make a ERC20 token exchange. So before that, let me tell you what is ERC20 token. So ERC20 token is Ethereum request for comment, which standard used for creating and issuing smart contract on the Ethereum blockchain. Smart contracts can be then used to create smart properties or tokenize assets that people can invest in. So let me show you the application where we are going to exchange the smart ERC20 token with our real world Ethereum tokens or Ethereum coins. So let me show you. Let me connect to the MetaMask, and here in one click we can connect to the MetaMask. So here we can buy and sell ERC20 tokens, which will be made by us. So let me buy some ERC20 tokens. Let's say I want to buy 20 Ethereum tokens. Before that, let me clear the active tabs. So it is very important. So go to settings, advanced, and clear active data. So I have cleared it. Now, when I go for buy, so an action pending will pop up. This alert will show us whether the action is pending or successful. And now we can buy the ERC20 token with our real ERC20 Ethereum. Sorry, real Ethereum. And when we will hit confirm, we can buy it. And after that, it will show us that the action is pending. So as you can see here, action successful. Now we can see that the token amount went up and also the balance went down. Also we can add a name here. So in the tutorial I will show you how to add the name. And now if I want to sell, let's say 10 ERC20 tokens, so let's say I am going to sell ER10. Now hit confirm. So again the action pending will pop up, and initially it will ask us for the approval. So we will confirm the approval, and after that it is going to add the amount which is equal to the 10 ERC20 tokens. So as you can see, the amount deducted here and the balance also increased. So let's make this application. Hope you will be very much excited. So let's start. Okay, so I forgot to tell one more thing, that we can also deploy it in the Sepolia testnet. So let me show you. I have deployed it in Sepolia testnet. So whenever I click on Sepolia network, it will show Sepolia, and whenever I will hit connect, it will show us the balance and the account in the same way. So let me switch the account to the mainnet. Okay, so we can also buy and sell in the Sepolia testnet. So let me show you by buying some tokens. So here I am going to buy 0.001 ERC20 standard token and hit buy. So an action pending is popping up in the similar way, and now I am going to hit confirm. As it is in Sepolia testnet, it is going to take some time. So let's wait. Okay, so as you can see that the action is successful. That means our token is here. As you can see, 0.001 token is there. And if I will click on this transaction hash, so it will take us to the Sepolia testnet transaction, and here we can see that the status is successful, and here is the transaction hash. And also if you want to sell it, you can sell it. So let me show you by selling it. Hit sell, and again the action pending will pop up, and initially it will show approval. So let's approve it. So again one will pop up, MetaMask, for the confirmation of the transaction. And when we will confirm it, then the amount will increase here in the balance and the token amount will decrease. So here action pending is showing. So let's wait. Okay, so action is successful. We can again see in the ether scans that it is successful. And let's see here. Yeah, so as you can see that the token amount decreased and the balance also increased. So let's start with making the application. Okay, so as usual, we are going to start with making our React application. So write npx create React app, and I'm going to make it in this directory. So I will just hit dot and click on enter. So it is going to make us a application in React. So let's wait for it to make. Okay, so I have made the React app, and now we are going to add the Hardhat. So write yarn add Hardhat and hit enter. So it will take some time. Okay, so now as we have added Hardhat, so now we are going to write yarn Hardhat to install Hardhat. So it will show us Hardhat where we want to create and how we want to create. So we want to create a JavaScript project. So hit enter, and we also want to add the root and type enter git ignore also enter, and after that you need to copy these dependencies. So copy it and paste it here and click enter. So let's wait for these dependencies to get added. So I have installed the Hardhat. So let's make the smart contract first. We will make the token smart contract first. So this project will have two smart contracts. One will be token and one will be for exchanging the token. I will name that smart contract as exchange. So let's start with the token smart contract, and let's write the license. We will name it unlicensed. And now let's give the solidity version. I will go for 0.8.0, and after that let's create the contract. Now the contract will consist of the name of the token. I will store it in string public name, and after that the symbol of the token I will name it as symbol. Okay, and we will also store the total supply. Okay, and also we need to add a decimal value so that whenever we are giving the total supply, we will convert it into way value, as we will be inputting it in ether value and then it will be converted into way value. So way value is 2256. Public, I will make it a constant variable, and it will be decimal so that we can convert the ether value into way value. So as you know, if one ether is this, one ether equal to 10 to 10 to the power 18, like 1 2 3 1 2 3. Okay, so let's count it: 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9, and one more zero, and after then more 8 zeros. So this is equal to 1. Let me show you this thing. So we will go to way to ether. So here, as you can see, that 1 ETH equal to 18 zeros. Like, let me come here and copy it and paste it, and as you can see it is 1 ether. So like that. So that's why we are storing the decimals here. And after that I am going to add a mapping. The mapping will consist of the address along with their balance. So I will store the address, and along with the address I will make a mapping with the value, like how much ERC20 token they are having. So public balance of, okay. And again we will be making a mapping for the allowance. So let's make it later on. First make the constructor. So constructor, okay. The constructor will take 3 arguments. The first one will be the name, the second one will be the symbol. So as these are strings, so I need to add them and keep it in the memory. And after that unt 256 total supply. Here we are going to input our total supply. So in the name we are going to add the name. In the symbol we are going to add the symbol. And after that the total supply, here we are going to convert it into way first. So this is the total supply which is in ether, and we are going to convert it into way by writing 10 to the power of decimal. So we are adding 18 decimal digits after the ethers, so it will be converted into way. And after that we will be making the balance of message.sender, like whoever will deploy the smart contract will get all the total supply, and it will be like that. So okay, so with the constructor we will initialize the smart contract, and after that I am going to make a function to transfer token from one address to another. So I am going to name that function as transfer. So function transfer, and going to add a address of from, like from whom we are going to withdraw the amount and to whom we are going to give the amount, and also the value, like unt 256 value, okay. And now we are going to make it as public function which returns a boolean value, so like this. And after that we are going to add some required statements. So these required statements will consist of whether the balance, like the one who is sending the balance will have that much of balance or not, like balance of from should be greater than equal to the value he is willing to transfer. Otherwise, let's say the owner will have 10 ethers and he is going to transfer 12 ethers. So this is not possible, right? So it's like that. So that's why we are giving a required statement, and the error will be insufficient balance. Okay. And again we are going to add one more required statement which we will check that whether the, like the account where we are going to transfer is null or not. We are going to check it. So the two should not be equal to address 0, otherwise we will show an error of invalid address, right? So invalid address, okay. And after that we are going to transfer the amount. So how we will transfer the amount? By reducing the balance of the from address to the to address, like we are going to add the value to the to address from the from address. So balance of from, okay, of from minus equal to value, and we are going to add 2 plus equal to value. Okay, and then we are going to emit the function, emit an event. So let's make an event for the transfer function. So I will name that event as token transfer. So we are emitting this event token transfer. I am giving the name of the smart contract first so that it will be easy for us to see whether from which smart contract it is coming from. So address indexed from, address indexed to, and the value UNT256 value. Okay, so we are going to emit this event, and we are going to add the from, the to, and the value. So, and also we are going to return true whenever it will successfully transfer. Okay, seems this function seems good to me. And after that we are going to give an approve function. So the approve function will be for the approval. You will get to know this function when we are going to test these functions. So function approve, and we are going to take the address of spender, like who is going to spend the address in our behalf, and also the value. Okay, and it will be public, and it will also return true, sorry, a boolean value. So here we will also add a required statement to see whether the spender address is invalid or not, or whether it is a null value or not. And also the value should be less than the balance of the sender. Okay, so initially let's check whether the spender is a null address or not. So it should not be address 0, otherwise we will add invalid address, invalid address. Okay, and also, excuse me, yeah, so the value will be less than equal to the balance of the sender, message dot sender. So the value should be less than or equal to the balance of whoever is going to send the approval, so that the spender can spend the token. And after that we are going to enter the message. I will also give this message name as insufficient balance. Okay, actually, yeah, it is good. So let's rub this one and add this. Okay, so we will add a allowance mapping so that we can see which address is allowing which address. So I am going to write address and going to add one more mapping in the mapping section of this. So address and UINT256, and here public allowance. Okay, so what we are going to do here, we are going to uh, write the spend owner of the message and owner of the transaction, and we will say that which whether the owner is approving the spender to spend the token on his behalf. Let's say he want to spend 20 ethers. So like that, the owner is allowing the spender to spend 20 ethers with this allowance mapping. Okay, let me clear this comment out, and now we are going to allow it. So we will write allowance of message dot sender, and the spender will be adding with the value, like the owner of the tokens will give access to the spender to spend the tokens on his behalf, and the amount of token will be this value. Okay, and we also going to emit this one. So token approval. Okay, we need to make the event first. So let's make the event token approval, and in the approval we are going to address it with indexed owner and address indexed spender, and also ERC20 value. Okay, and now we are going to emit it. So let's give the right arguments. So the first one is owner. So the owner will be the one who is calling the function. So here will be the message dot sender, and the spender will be simply the spender, and the value will also be the value. Okay, and we are going to return a boolean statement, so return true here. Okay, so now our function is completed, the approve function, and now we are going to write the transfer from function. Okay, so address from, okay, let me make the screen up. So transfer from, here we are going to add the address of transfer from, and after that we are going to add the transfer to address, like who do we want to transfer and what is the value. So here is, okay, we forgot to mention the access type, so it will be public, and we are going to return, it will be returns, and here it will be, we will be producing a boolean return type, and here we are going to check the parameters again, like the from is not equal to address 0. Okay, otherwise in be a invalid address. Okay, so let's copy from here and paste it. Okay, and after that we are going to, okay, I did some mistake, so here it won't be a bracket, and after that we are going to do one more thing, that we are going to check the to value also. So require whether the to address is not equal to null address, so otherwise it will also be a invalid address. Okay, okay, yeah. So now we are going to check one more thing, that whether the balance of the from is greater than equal to the value or not, like the same we are going through this, like we are going to copy it, and here it will be from. Okay, and now the spender is going to, we are going to spend whether the spender is allowed to transfer the funds or not. So let's write the require statement, and let's check the allowance of whether the value which is allowed to the spender is greater than or equal to the value or not. So greater than equal to the value, and if it is not so, then we are going to give insufficient allowance. Okay, so here we are going to give insufficient allowance. Okay, so all the required statements are here, and now if all the required statements are met, then we are going to transfer the value. So transfer it from, to, and value. Okay, and after that we are going to show the allowance of from and to, actually it will be from and then message dot sender. So the allowance of from and message dot sender, it will be, we are going to deduct the amount which is allowed to the sender, like the one who is allowed here, we are going to deduct the value. Okay, and after that we are going to return true. Okay, so now to get the name, symbol and total supply, we are going to make some getter functions. Okay, so function get name, public view returns string memory, and again the one it will be for the symbol, and here we are going to return the name, here we are going to return the symbol, and we will make one more getter function for the total supply, get total supply, and here we are going to return unt 256, and here will be the total supply. Okay, okay, so everything is set. We have made a ERC20 token smart contract, and now we are going to test it first. So let's test it. Let's go to the test section and going to edit the name. We are going to make the name as token.test.js, and I am going to clear it out, and after that we are going to write the test cases. So let's start writing the test cases now. Okay, so describe. Initially, let's split the screen so that we can also watch out the token dot sold. So describe, we are going to write the name of the smart contract. So we are going to write token, and after that we're going to add these things. So initially, let's make our setup. Let's first import the necessary dependencies. So we will require and expect equal to require chai. Okay, and again const ethers equal to require, we are going to import it from hardhat, sorry, and also const converter equal to n, and we are going to return ethers dot utils dot parse ether, and going to add n dot to string so that we can convert it into string first, and after that we are going to convert it into way value, right? So as we are going to give the input in way value, that's why we are writing it. So what this conversion function will do, it will convert the ether value to the way value. So okay, let's start with making a before each, but let's first make some variables like transaction response, transaction receive, and token, and the user 0, user 1, user 2, and also the amount. Okay, now let's write the before each. The before each will be an async function, and now we are going to add const token equal to await ethers dot get contract factory. This will fetch the contract from us. We are going to fetch the contract name as token, and sorry, and also the name, we will fetch the accounts. So const accounts equal to await ethers dot get signers. Okay, so we will get an array of accounts here, and now we are going to assign the users their addresses or the accounts. So user 0 equal to accounts number 0. Similarly for 1 and 2, for 1 and for 2 it will be same, 1 and 2. Okay, so now the users are set. Now we are going to deploy the token. So here we have stored the smart contract in this variable, and now we are going to deploy the smart contract. So here token equal to await token dot connect with the user who is going to deploy the smart contract, which is user 0 in this case. Like, it's your choice, you can make user 0 or you can make it user 1, user 2, and whatever you like. For simplicity, I am going to use user 0 and dot deploy. Now we are going to deploy the smart contract. I will name the smart contract as the blockchain century. The name should be capital. Actually, it doesn't matter, but we should write the name like that. And the symbol will be, let's say, TBC. And the total supply will be, let's say, 1 million. So 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 zeros. And yeah, so here we are deploying the token contract. And after that, we will set an amount of, let's say, converter of 100. So it's for simplicity, otherwise we need to do converter 100 every time. So let's first test the deployments. So describe deployments, okay, and then an arrow function. And we are going to test the name of the smart contract, so whether the name is same or not. The name is same, and async, we are going to test whether the name is same or not. So let's say async await token dot get name dot to dot equal to, what's the name, the blockchain century. Okay, so I, by mistake, I have given the square brackets. Here it will be curly brackets. So to equal the blockchain century. Okay, so that's good. And also we are going to add some more if statements. The symbol is same, async, and here also we are going to check the symbol should be equal to tbc, tbc. Okay, looks good to me. And after that, we are going to check whether the total supply is same or not. The total supply is same or not, and here we are going to check the get total supply from this function. Like, we are going to test the name with this get name function, we are going to test the get symbol with this function get symbol, and the total supply with this get total supply function. So it will return us int. So we will give the amount, total amount, 1 2 3 4 5 6. So as you can see, I am converting the 1 million ethers to way, because here, as you can see here, that we are initially converting it into way to store it. So that's why. So let's check it. So yarn hardhat test. Okay, so yeah, let's test it. It is compiling our smart contract, and after that we are going to deploy it, and let's check. Yeah, so everything is fine. Now let's test the functions one by one. Initially, let's test the transfer function. So transfer, and here it will be an arrow function, so we'll write before each, and it will also be an async function. The before each are always async. And then we are going to make a transaction. So initially, let's write transaction response equal to, like, we are going to assign it a response. So await token dot connect user 0 dot transfer user 0 dot address to user one dot address with the amount. Okay, so we need to wait for the block confirmation. So we will write transaction equal receipt equal to await transaction response dot wait. Okay, and also one more thing, that we can also check whether all the total supply is went into the balance of address of the owner or user zero. So we should check that the total supply increased the balance of the owner. So here it will also be an async function, and sorry, yeah, and we are going to see token dot balance of dot to dot equal this or not. So let's check it once. Okay, there is a mistake. Let's see what happened. The input value cannot be normalized to a big number. Okay, so token dot balance of, okay, we need to write the address also. So the address will be user zero dot address. Okay, so I hope this time there will be no mistakes. Let's see. Yeah, so everything is fine. Okay, so now we are going to test the transfer function. So we are going to test that whether the balance of user one decreased or not. Like, as we are transferring the ERC20 tokens from user 0 to user 1 with an amount of 100 ethers. So the amount of ERC20 token in user 0 should decrease. It will be like 999900. So let's check it once. So the balance of user 1 decreased. So as you can see, initially the balance of user 0 is 1 million, and now we are going to check whether how much it is decreased. So let's check that expect await token dot balance of whom, the balance of user 0 dot 2 dot equal how much, the amount will be converter, it will be 1 million minus 100, so it will be like 999900. Okay, so let's check. I hope it will be correct. Okay, a mistake. Okay, I have written user 0 here, so I need to add address also. Like, we are giving address as argument, not the whole address. Yeah, so now it is correct. And again, the balance of user 2. Okay, so it is not user 1, it is user 0, and here it will be user 1 increased, right? So async. So here the balance of user 1 should increase with 100 ethers, right? So 100 ethers. Okay, so let's check. Okay, great. So as we can see, the balance, the 100 ERC20 tokens is decreased from user 0 and is increased to user 1. Like, user 1 got the 100 ERC20 tokens, which is deducted from user 0. And now we are going to test the event. So we will check whether the transfer event is emitted or not. As you can see, this token transfer event, whether it is emitted or not, and whether it consists of the same values or not. So the it emits a transfer event. Okay, fair enough. So we will take the event from transaction receipt dot events number 0, and after that we will write expect event.event.to equal to whether we are checking that whether the name of the transfer event is equal or not. So here it will be, I hope it will be same. So let's check one more. Okay, so it is same. That's good. And now we are going to check the arguments. So let's take the arguments in a variable equal to event.args. Okay, so here we have taken all the arguments in the variable, and now we are going to check it one by one. So expect args dot from dot to dot equal to the user 0 dot address or not, and after that expect args dot to dot equal to user 1 dot address. So we are basically checking these arguments, the arguments from whether the from is equal to the from or not, or to is equal to the to address or not, and the value is equal or not. So here the from will be user 0 and the to will be address user 1 address, and also the value args dot address dot to dot equal to the, what to say, yeah, the value or not. So the value is amount. So let's check. I hope it will be correct. Okay, there is a mistake. I did something wrong. So the input value cannot be normalized to a big number. Okay, let's see. Okay, I have written address here, so it will be value. Okay, so avoid this type of mistakes. Okay, so the transfer function is fair enough. Now let's check the approval function. Okay, so describe won't be async, sorry. Okay, so initially we are going to write the before each so that we can make a approval. So before each, which will be an async function as usual. Okay, yeah, here is some problem. Okay, okay, here it will be the name and here it will be async. So before each don't have any name, so it will be empty, and here it will be an async. We are going to check that we are going to first make a approval. So transaction response equal to await token dot connect user 0 dot, we are going to approve user 1 to spend tokens in our behalf. So approve user 1 dot address with amount, like we are allowing user 1 to transfer 100 ethers in user 0's behalf, and now the transaction receipt will be our transaction response dot wait. Okay, and now we are going to check it. So we are going to check whether the approved amount is increased for the user 1 or not. So the approval increased for user 1 or not. So async I have written the spelling of async wrong. Okay, so approval. Initially, let's make to describe after the approval. So let's check the approval here. So here we will increase write success and then the failure, and now as the approval is here, we are going to add this one. So the approval will increase for user 1 or user 2. If you wonder why we have written success and failure, so we are going to test the success cases and also the failure cases. Okay, so expect uh, await token dot allowance of user 0 dot address and user 1 dot address dot 2 dot equal to the amount. Okay, so we are going to check whether the allowance of user 0 which is allowed to user 1 is equal to amount of or not. So let's test it. Okay, so it is correct, and now we are going to test one more thing, that whether it emits a trans approval event or not. So let's check it. So uh, it emits a approve event. So async, and I did something wrong, I guess. Okay, nothing seems wrong. So now we will write expect. Okay, sorry. So expect. Okay, so let's first store the event in a variable. So const event equal to await transaction receipt dot events number 0, and let's check the name of the event is same or not. So expect event dot 2 dot equal what's the event name? So the event name is token approval. So let's take the token approval from here and put it to equal here, and now let's check it once whether the name of the event is same or not. Okay, so it is same. So now again args, we are going to check the args, but now first we need to store the arguments. So args equal to event dot args, and after that we will write expect args dot owner. Like here you can see that the first argument is the owner, and after that the spender and value. So we will go like that, owner dot 2 dot equal. So who is the owner? The owner is user 0, and after that we are going to write the spender, check the spender whether the spender is equal to user 1. I need to write address because we are checking the address, and the argument will also will only store the addresses. And also, okay, sorry, yeah, and also we are going to check expect args dot the value. Like here you can see the value should be equal to the amount dot 2 dot equal amount. Okay, Yeah, so all the success cases we have tested and we got success here, and now we are going to check the failure cases. So for the failure cases, let's check. Also for the transfer function, we need to make the success cases and the failure cases. So we will do that later on. First, let's make the failure cases of the approve function. So here there will be only one failure case, that if the approval is not take place if the amount is greater than the required amount. Like if the owner doesn't have that much of amount, sorry, it will be it. So the approval will not take place if the amount is a greater than the amount of the owner. So here it will be an async function, and now await expect token dot connect user 0 dot approve. We are going to make this function in one line only. So user 1 dot address, and let's say he want to approve a amount which is very bigger than the amount he have. So converter, because you can't approve an amount which is greater than your balance, right? So that's why. So we are going to give a numerous amount of 0, and we want it to be reverted with a message of what will be the message. Like here you can see that if the value is greater than the ba balance of message dot sender, then it will show this error. So I am going to copy it and paste it here. So let's test it. So moment of truth, let's see. Yeah, so the failure cases is running. Let's make some failure cases for this one also. So for transfer, let's make describe success. Okay, so now the success case is here, and let's write the failure case. So what should be the failure case? Let's see if the value from is greater than the value. So here we are going to write the same thing. I will copy this, just copy it and paste it. In case of approval, just write transfer, and it will be an async function. Okay, so it won't be like that. Uh, let's first write that if the amount is greater than the amount of the sender. So here we are going to check, and here there will be not approval, it will be transfer. And here the first argument is user 0 dot address, like the one who is going to send the ERC20 tokens. And now let's test the failure case. Okay, so it is working. There is another required statement, and here we are checking whether the address is null or not. You can also check it, but I think it is not required. But for your sake, like you may wonder how we can check this one, how we can test this one. So let's take a null address. Like, so here is an example of a null address. Let's copy it, and after that we can just simply check in the failure statement that it whether the receiver is a null address or not, and then we are going to write async, and here we are going to check that let's store the null address somewhere, like store right here null, and assign the null address here. Okay, so it is the null address, and we can check it from here now. So okay, I was in the transfer in this one, so we are going to check the null address. So here we are going to write the test case for the null address. I am going to copy it from here and paste it, and we are going to write null address for checking the null address to convert, and we are going to give a amount which is there for with the user 0, and here the we are going to revert with invalid address, sorry, yeah, invalid address. Okay, so let's check it. Yeah, so here as you can see, we have checked whether the contract will send a null address value or not. So as we can see, it is not making us down, and it is not showing like it is not sending ethers to a null address. And similarly we can add this type of check case in the failure case of approval, and here the arguments will be different. Yeah, so here you can just add amount, okay, to be reverted with invalid address. Okay, seems good to me. Yeah, so so in this time this case will run invalid address, as we are providing an address null address, and it should revert with an invalid address. So let's check. Okay, so I did something wrong. Okay, so sender. Okay, here it won't be address, it will be approve. That's my mistake, sorry for that. And let's check for now. I think it should run properly. Yeah, so all the test cases are met. Okay, we are left with one more function, that is transfer form. So here we are going to write the transfer form. Okay, so is there some mistake? Describe required name and callback arguments. Okay, there is no mistake. So we are initially going to write two test case for this one also. So describe success and failure. Okay, so for the success we are going to add the before each statement as usual, and here we have to write an approval for that, for transferring the tokens. So for that, let's first approve the token. So here I am going to write transaction response equal to await token dot connect. What was, yeah, so token dot connect user 0, and user 0 is going to approve user 1 to transfer token from user 0 to user 1. Like user 1 is going to transfer some token from user 0 to user 2. Okay, so let's try it. So token dot connect user 0 dot approve, so we need to approve an amount, so user 1 dot address, so we are approving user 1 so that it can transfer token from in behalf of user 0 to user 2, sorry, and it will be amount. Okay, and then transaction receipt equal to await transaction response dot wait, it will be await. Okay, so as now we have made the approval, and now we are going to use transfer from. So transaction response equal to await token dot connect user 0 dot, okay, so it will be approval, so sorry, it will be await, so await token dot connect user 0 dot, okay, it will be user 1, as user 1 is going to transfer the token in behalf of user 0 dot transfer from. So transfer from user 0 dot address to user 1 dot address with the value of amount. Okay, and also, sorry, where, yeah, so here we are also going to check with the block confirmation, and now an amount of 100 ethers should be transferred from user 0 to user 2 with the help of user 1. So let's check this one out. So let's check it. So we are going to check whether the balance of user 0 decreased or not. So I am going to copy the statement from the above only. Uh, these two statements I am going to copy and paste it here. So the balance of user 0 will go down, and the value of user 2, here it will be user 2 because we are transferring the token to user 2, and we are transferring 100 ethers, and also the amount will be deducted from user 0. Okay, I hope you got my point. So let's check. Okay, there is some mistake, let's find out. Hmm. So user 0 balance decreased. Transfer from success with the amount, and then so we did something wrong. Let's find out what's the mistake. Okay, so we need to give the amount to user 2, not user 1. Okay, so that was the mistake. I am just transferring user 0 to user 1, but it won't be the case, it will be from user 0 to user 2. Okay, now let's test it again. I hope this time it will be all correct. Okay, that's good. And now I am going to check the events, so whether the events is going to emit or not, so whether the transfer, as you can see here, we haven't written any event, but the event will be from the transfer function only. Like here we are calling the transfer function, and in the transfer function we are emitting an event, so it will be the same in with the previous one. So I am going to copy it out. Yeah, so this one I am going to copy it, and let's paste it here. Okay, so everything should be same, but the two will be equal to user 2 as we are sending it to user 2. So that's why. Okay, let's check it once. Okay, so everything is fine. Now let's check the failure cases. Okay, so there will be the first will be that if the approval is not done. So let's say that user 0 haven't done this approval. So what will happen? So let's find out. The transfer from will not work if the approval is not done. So we are going to check this statement whether it is correct or not. So let's make await expect. So we are going to transfer the token directly dot connect with user 1 dot transfer from user 0 dot address with user 2 dot address with an amount, and it should be reverted with insufficient allowance. Like here, if you can see that if the allowance is not done, then obviously the value will be 0, and if the value will be 0, then as we can see here, we are passing an amount, then the value will be less than the sorry, the value will be greater than the allowance, and it won't work, and the error will pop up where the insufficient allowance will show. So here reverted with allowance, so it should work. Let's check this one directly. Dash dash grep. So with the help of this grep, you can check one by one. Like you can check every describe function individually. So as you can see, it is same and it is correct. Okay, let's try with these three required statement whether these required statements are working or not. So we are going to first check the from. So it is a null. So let's check the same. Yeah. So I am going to copy it out and then paste it here. Okay. So token dot connect user 0 dot it won't be approved. It will be transfer from null value to amount. Okay. So here it will be user 0 dot address. Okay. Null, and we are checking all of them, so that's why I am going to start with the one where the owner is a null address. Okay, so let's first approve it. Okay, so the approval is there. Actually the approval is not needed because in approval only it will dismiss it, so we don't need to check these things. Okay, you can check this one that if the value is less than equal to the balance of from, so we can check this one. So let's say that if the balance of from is lesser than the value of ethers in the owner's balance is lesser than the amount willing to send. Okay, so we can copy it from here and then paste it, and I need to cut this one out. So if the amount is greater, so await expect token dot connect with user 1 dot transfer from we are going to transfer from user 0 dot address to user 2 dot address amount of like converter. We are going to convert it into way with this, and then the amount will be something which is much greater than the balance. And we are going to add reverted statement, so it should be reverted with insufficient balance, right? So going to copy this and I'm going to paste it out here. And okay, something went wrong, let's see. Await expect token dot connect. Okay, so I did a mistake here, so we need to write this one outside the event expect statement. So now it seems correct to me. Let's find out. Yeah, so let's test all the describe functions. I hope it will be same. Okay, so congratulations. We have tested the token smart contract and it is all good. Now we are going to make a Ethereum smart contract, sorry, exchange smart contract for exchanging the ERC20 token. So let's make exchange.sol. Yeah, and let's start writing the exchange smart contract. So first we will give the license. So SPDX license identifier MIT, and here we are going to use the previous token. So import dot slash token dot sol from the previous one, and we are going to make the contract exchange. Okay, so 2256 public, and we are initially going to assign a value of the ERC20 token. So let's say the value is 1 ERC20 token equal to 1 ether. So it's like that. Also the address of the owner we will be storing. Okay, and the token also we are going to store like this ERC20 token. Okay, sorry. Yeah, so the owner, and we are also going to store the instance of this token. So it will be token public token. Okay, and now we are going to make a constructor, and the constructor will take the value as input, like what will be the value of the ERC20 token as compared to the real ether, and also the address of the token. Okay, so the owner will be the message dot sender, obviously, and the token will be equal to token. So here we are storing the token instance into the variable called token, and also the value we are going to convert it into the way format, like we are going to convert the Ethereum format into the way format into 10 to the power of decimal. Okay, so here also we are going to define the decimal. So URNT 256 public decimal, public constant decimal. I'm going to make it a constant decimal. Okay, so it's like that. And after that we are going to make two functions, buy token and sell token. With the buy token, the one who want to buy the token can buy it with the input parameter as amount. Like let's say he want to buy 2 ERC20 tokens, so according to it he need to pay. So function buy token, and you are into 256 amount public payable returns, it should, as we are going to, as the one who want to buy the token will provide some ethers to this buy token function, so that's why we will be making it payable. So making it payable, and it will return boolean value whether the buy token is successful or not, or whether he have bought the token or not. And here we will be adding a required statement. So now the buyer will be giving the value in ethers, and we are going to convert it into way. But as you can see that we are storing the value, and the value is also in the way format, so we need to take the amount and going to multiply with the value, and we are going to, like, let's say the buyer is going to give an amount which will already be in wave format, and we are going to multiply it with the value. So what we need to do, we need to like deduct some amount from it, like let's say the one who we want to get the token will give parameter into way, like here it will be like, let's say he want to buy one ERC20 token. So for that he will be giving this much of ERC20 token. Sorry, I was wrong. So actually, like let's say he want to buy just one ERC20 token. So for that he will write one, but one ERC20, which will be equal to one ERC20 token way. So it's in way format. So it is ERC20 ether, and this is one ERC20 in wave format. Okay, so I hope you got it. And as we are going to say a required statement, whether the statement is invalid or not, so for that we need to check that whether the decimal amount is equal to the amount which he is giving. Like let's say that as input he is going to give this value, and the value of each token will be the value which will be equal to the same. So what will happen, it will be a hell lot of zero, like this, removing the one. So the total amount will be this one, but we need to make it into way again, so that's why we are going to make it like this. Okay, so I hope you got this. Like we are cutting these 18 zeros, so that it will be like this, and we can check whether the amount is equal to the amount he is giving. So it's like that. So required decimal should be equal to the amount he is sending. Okay, as the one who is going to buy the token is going to send the money in way only, so that's why we are checking the value should be equal to that. Otherwise we are going to throw an invalid amount. Okay, so it's like that. Also we are going to add one more required statement, that the balance is there, like whether the amount is there with the our smart contract or not, like whether this smart contract which we are making consists of some tokens, enough tokens or not, which the provider want. Like it will be more clear when we are going to test this smart contract, but for now let me show you that if the one who want to buy the token demands 100 ethers, but the smart contract only have 10 ethers, so we are not going to send that person 100 ethers because we ourselves don't have that much of ether. So that's why we are writing these test kits. So we will write in the message that we don't have that much amount. Okay, and we can make one more test case that we are going to transfer it. So we will check whether the transfer is completed or not. Token of token dot transfer, the address of this with the message dot sender and the amount. Okay, so we are transferring the token and we are checking whether this trans required is completed or not, this transaction is complete or not. And if it is not complete, then we are going to give an error, transfer failed. Okay, and if it is failed, then we are going to add the amount in one mapping. Let's make one mapping. Here I will write on license. Okay, and we are going to make a mapping to track the amount which customer have given how much of amount. So for that we are going to store the address along with the amount, and the name of this mapping will be purchase. Okay, so this I have written something wrong, I guess. Okay, so it will be not amount, it will be like this. Now everything looks correct. Here is something wrong. Let's find out. No match declaration found on argument. Okay, so token dot balance of address this. Okay, so I have not written the statement not equal to amount. So the balance of should be greater than amount, otherwise we will show that we don't have that much of amount. Okay, and here the decimal will be 18. Okay, as it is a constant variable, so we need to declare the decimal. So if these three required statements are met, then what we are going to add, we are going to add a purchase, like we are going to add the message dot sender have sent this much of amount, like message dot value amount. Okay, and we are going to return true. Okay, so we have written the function to buy token, and now we are going to write a function for selling the token. Function sell token, and here as you input we are going to ask how much amount is he willing to sell. 256 UNT 256. So we will ask how much amount are you going to sell, and it will return us a bool. Okay, so now we are going to check with some required statement that we are first check that whether the author have that much of balance or not. Like if the author had bought 10 ethers and 10 ERC20 tokens and he is willing to sell 12 ERC20 tokens, though it is not possible, right? So that's why we are checking this line. So token dot balance of message dot sender should be greater than equal to amount, otherwise it will be an insufficient amount, insufficient balance. Okay, so I guess you got the statement, otherwise let me like show it to you. So here we are going through token and we are using the function balance of. So what it will do, it will check whether the message dot sender we having is having the balance, like here you can see in the balance of, here it will check whether the balance of the message dot sender have that much of amount. If it is not there, then we are going to show insufficient balance. Okay, and like the previous one, we are going to check whether we have that much of amount or not, like whether we have that much of ether to send him or not. So purchase of message dot sender. So in this mapping, we are going to check that whether we have that much of ether in his account. It will be greater than equal to amount into value, like the previous one, divide by 10 into decimal. Okay, so it looks good to me, and also we are going to show it insufficient, insufficient purchase. Okay, this looks fine to me. Okay, two required statements will be enough, and after that we are going to write token dot transfer from. If it is if both the statements are met, then we are going to transfer the amount from message dot sender to address this with an amount which he have requested, and now we are going to use payable. So we are going to pay the amount for the ERC20 token. So let's see, message dot sender dot transfer the amount into value, divide by 10 into decimal, right? So we are going to pay the value according to the amount, and we are transferring the amount also here. So after that, we will decrease the purchase amount for the sender, or the caller of this function. So it will be, okay, sorry, it will be under slash amount, and after that purchase of message dot sender minus equal to the amount, this one. Okay, and after that we will return true. Okay, so we have successfully made the smart contract. So now we are going to test this smart contract also. So let's make one more file. This time the name of the file will be exchange.test.js. Okay, and let's start testing the exchange contract. Let's first place it here so that we can also see the exchange smart contract. And okay, let's start testing. Okay, so first we need to import the expect and ethers. So let's go. Const ethers equal to require hardhat, and after that we need to import expect from child. Okay, and after that we will be making a converter to convert the ethers into way. So const converter equal to, we will be taking an argument named n, and we will be returning ethers.utils.parse ether n.to string. Okay. After that, we are going to make the describe for exchange, and after that we will be making transaction response and transaction receipt and other variables. and we will be making a token for containing the token in this variable, and after that we will be taking some user 0, user 1 and user 2. After that we are going to add a before each statement. The before each will be an async function, and here const token equal to await ethers dot get contract factory. We are just fetching the token program smart contract, so token, and after that const ethers, sorry, exchange. We are fetching the exchange smart contract, so await ethers dot get contract factory with exchange name, and after that we are going to fetch the accounts with the signers function ethers dot get signers. Okay, and after that we are going to assign the accounts to the variables user 0, user 1 and user 2. So user 0 equal to await token dot connect, okay, sorry, uh, accounts 0, user 1 equal to accounts 1 and user 2 equal to accounts 2. And after that we are going to deploy the token, so the token will be deployed by the user 0. So token equal to await token dot connect, we are going to connect user 0 so that we can deploy the token dot deploy, and we will be giving a name as, what should we give the name? We will be giving the name as the blockchain century, and the symbol will be TBC, and the value, let's say we will be taking a small value now, so let's take 500. And after that we are going to deploy exchange, so await exchange dot connect, we are going to deploy it using user 0 only and deploy, and here we are going to give the values for the constructor, so the constructor will take this value like the value of the token which we want to assign in ether. So let's say we want to go for 1 ether, like the cost of 1 ether will be equal to the cost of one ERC20 token of ours, and then give the token address. Okay, looks good to me. And now we are going to transfer some token to from user 0 to the exchange only, so that the exchange can exchange or can transfer some value or buy or sell token by itself. Sorry, I mean give token supplies. So here we are going to give token.connect user 0 to give some amount, and we will transfer it to from user 0 dot address to exchange dot address. Sorry, I have written the wrong name. User 0 will be here, and after that we are going to give, let's say we are going to give 450 ethers or 450 tokens, sorry, converter 450. Okay, so as you can see here that we are using this transfer function from the token transfer, and we are giving from user 0 to exchange dot address, and value will be 450 ethers. Okay, and now let's first check the deployments. So describe deployments, and here we're going to check first that whether the token are transferred to the exchange contract or not. So tokens are transferred to the exchange contract or not. To exchange contract or not, okay. And we are going to make it async, and after that expect await token dot balance of. We are going to use the balance of and going to give the exchange address. So exchange dot address dot two dot equal, the value should be equal to 450 ethers. Okay, looks good to me. So now we are going to test only this test script. So we are going to run yarn hardhat test, and we are going to give the path. So test and then exchange.js. Let's see what happens. Okay, so we got a success message, and after that we are going to check whether the balance of user zero decreased or not. So after subtracting 450 from 500, we will be left over with 50. So user 0 should have 50 ethers. So let's check the balance of a user 0 decreased to 50 ethers. Okay, so async and then expect await token dot balance of user 0 dot address the 2 dot equal, and it will be 50 ethers. So let's check again. I hope this time also it will be correct. Yeah, it is correct. After that we are going to check the buy tokens functions. So let's check. We are going to like describe buy token, and here inside the describe of buy token we are going to write two describes, for one for the success and one for the failure. So describe success and one for the failure. Okay, that's cool. So now in the success describe we are going to write first the before each function, and here we are going to, okay, sorry. Now so first we are going to make a buy token. So transaction response equal to await exchange dot connect with user 0, and let me say you what I want to do. So we are going to use this function buy token, and we are going to buy two tokens, like two ERC20 tokens for user 0 dot buy token, and after that converter, where we are going to put two, like we are going to buy two tokens, and the value we are going to give is 2 ethers. Okay, and after that transaction receipt will be our transaction response dot wait. Okay, so Now we are going to check whether the balance of user 0 increased or not. So it should increase by 52 because we have buy two ethers, two ERC20 tokens with two ethers. So let's see the balance. Yeah, I am doing too much mistakes. The balance of a user 0 decreased by, sorry, increased by two tokens. I think, and here we are going to write expect await token dot balance of user 0 dot address dot 2 dot equal. Okay, so looks correct to me. Let's check. Okay, so now as you can see, the purchase mapping value should increase, so we are going to check it also. So the purchase for the user 0 increase. So async. Okay, so the will be here, and we are going to expect await exchange dot purchase. We are going to check the purchase for user 0 dot address. Okay, so that will be 2 equal to 2 ethers. So converter to ethers. Okay, let's check. Okay, it is correct. So now we are going to check the failure case. So in the failure case, we are going to check where the purchase could not be completed, or the purchase won't be happening because the amount does not match. Okay, as you can see, we are going to use this required statement for our failure case. Like we are going to check this required statement is working or not. So if the purchase won't be completed if the amount does not match. Okay, the amount match. So now we are going to write await expect, and we are going to perform the buy token operation. So exchange dot connect, we are going to connect user 0 again, the 0 dot buy token, and we are going to buy like 501 token. Actually, for now it is not right. So we are just going to check whether the purchase amount is not matching. So 2, and we are going to give the value as 4. So as you can see, this statement won't work and it should give a invalid amount exception. So value will be converter. Let's give 3. Okay. So let's check. And also I forgot to write the to revert statement. So to be reverted with, what? Uh, with invalid amount. Invalid amount. So let's check. I think I did some mistake. Yeah. So we are using expect here, and we need to write the statement here. Now it's correct. Yeah. So now we are going to write one more failure case. So for this failure case, we are going to see when the contract doesn't have that much amount which is needed by the user. So when the contract does not have enough number of key tokens for the user and async to be here, and we are going to write await expect ethers dot connect with the user 0 dot buy token, and we are going to buy a huge number of tokens. Like we have given 450 ethers to the exchange smart contract, and we are going to demand for 501 ethers. So obviously it is going to return an exception. Like for this one, if the balance of this address is greater than the amount, then it should revert with we don't have that much of amount. Converter, we are going to write 501. Okay, and with the value of, we are going to give the value correct, so it will be also but a 501, um, and then it will be 2 3 reverted with this one. We don't have that much amount, so let's check again. Okay, ethers.connect is not a function. Okay, I'll do something now. Let's see. Okay, I wrote here ether, so we need to write here exchange. Seems correct to me now. Let's see. Okay, everything is fine and we have passed the test case. Now we are going to check the cell token function. So for that we are going to write again as describe for cell token. So describe the cell token, and here also as usual we are going to make two describe for success and failure. So describe success and for failure. Okay, and for success we are first going to write a before it. So for that, let's write before each, and here we are going to first buy some token. Okay, so transaction response equal to await exchange dot connect with user 0. Actually we are using user 0 all the time, so I don't think we are going to need user 1 and user 2, so I am going to delete it. But first let's complete this one. User 0 dot buy token, and we are going to buy, let's say, 4 tokens. So converter 4, and after that the value will also be 4. Okay, and transaction receipt await transaction response dot wait, and after that again equal to transaction response equal to await token dot connect user 0 dot approve. We are going to approve the exchange dot address a converter of 3. Okay, and then transaction receipt equal to await transaction response. Wait, so we have approved for 3 ethers so that we can exchange them and sell them. So transaction response, and we are going to sell them now equal to await exchange dot connect user 0 dot sell token, and we are going to sell 3 ERC token. And again same line. Okay, and now our sell token is completed. Now we are going to check whether the amount of token 0 decreased or not. So it will be like we have added 4 tokens first, and after that we are going to remove or sell 3 tokens. So it will be like 51 tokens. Okay, now you can think that why this we have added this approve function. So as you can see here, for the sell token we are using the transfer from function, and in this transfer from function we are checking that if the approved value is greater than the value or not. So that's why we need to approve first, so that the allowance value increases. So that's why. And now we are going to check that the amount of token increased for user 0 or not. The amount of token decreased from not. Amount of token for user 0 decreased or not. So async, and we are going to write expect. Okay, sorry, expect await token dot balance of. We are going to check the balance of user 0 dot address to equal 51. Should be converter 51. Sorry, 81. Hmm. Okay, so let's check once. Okay, so it is running, and after that we are going to again check that whether the purchase amount will decrease or not. Like for the purchase amount should be 1. So expect, because here we are going to decrease the purchase amount by the amount is sold. So we are going to write the message first. Expect the purchase amount will decrease. So async, and here expect await exchange dot purchase purchase user 0 dot address dot 2 dot equal, it should be like 1 ether. So converter 1. Let's check. So as we have first gave 4 tokens, and after that we have sold 3 tokens, and for that we are going to lose, or we are going to gain 3 ethers, so 1 ether will be left. So that's why. Okay, we have successfully checked the success test type, and after that we are going to check the failure. So for failure we are going to check whether the seller does, like when the seller does not have enough amount to sell, then what he is going to do. So it should give a insufficient balance exception, like as you can see here. If the token dot balance of magistrate center is not greater than or equal to the amount, then it should provide a insufficient balance error. So let's check it. So here we are going to write that if the seller does not have enough tokens, if the seller does not have enough tokens. Okay, so we are going to provide here await exchange dot connect with user 0 dot buy token, and converter here will be 4, and after that we are going to give the value as 4 only. Okay, and now we are going to sell token which is worth of many amount, like it will be greater than the value. So let's see. So await expect, we are going to use expect here. So exchange dot connect user 0 dot sell token, and we are going to give a value of like much greater than the amount which we have already buy or bought from the ethers, sorry, from the exchange smart contract. So it will be like something like that. Okay, so it is much greater than the amount we have bought, so it should show an error that you don't have that much of balance to sell, or you don't have that much of ethers, or insufficient balance, as you can see here. So we're going to check it. Let's check. Okay, that's great. So now we are going to check one more thing, that if the contract does not have enough ethers, like if the contract does not have that much of ether which we need, then it will be reverted with insufficient purchase. Okay, so if the contract does not have enough ethers, so for that we are going to write a same function here, and after that we are going to write await exchange. We are going to buy some tokens, like we are going to buy 4 tokens, and after that we are going to going to try selling 5 tokens. Okay, await exchange dot connect. Actually I think it should be reverted with the first insufficient balance error, because the balance of, okay, it should not happen because the balance of the user 0 is greater. So let's see how we can check the insufficient value. So we can check it with giving the amount of ethers as 5, or sorry, the ERC token as 5, because the ethers dot sol won't have that much of ethers in it. Connect user 0 dot buy token, and we are going to buy 4 tokens, and for that we are going to give a value of 4 ethers. Okay, so now we are going to approve it. Okay, oh sorry, it won't be 4, sorry, it will be 5. Like we are going to sell 5 tokens, and the exchange smart contract won't be having that much of ethers in it, so it is going to return an exception of insufficient purchase. So await exchange dot connect with user 0 dot sell token with a value of 5, for the amount with 5, and it should be reverted with exception of insufficient purchase. Okay. So I think we have tested all the functions. So let's try it. Okay, sorry. So B is undefined. So I think I did some mistake. Yeah. So we need to write this statement here. Okay. So let's check now. Okay, again here is some mistake. Yeah, I got to know what is the mistake. Cell token with converter file. Hmm, I see. We are going to give an expect function here for checking the whether it is selling or not. Okay, sorry. Wait, expect the fee. Okay, it should work now. Yeah, so it is correctly working. Now we are going to check all the test cases. So yarn hardhat test. We are also going to test the token test and with the exchange test. So let's check. Yeah, every test case is working. Now we are going to deploy the application in our local node blockchain. So let's make the scripts for that for deploying the smart contract 00 deploy.js, and I'm going to clear it all. Okay, and so let's start with making the deploy script. Okay, so const ethers, so we are going to fetch the ethers as usual from hardhat, so equal to require hardhat. Okay, and after that we are going to make that function again, so let's copy it from the exchange, and I'm going to copy the convert function here and paste it here, and after that we are going to make a async function. So async function main, and then we are going to write the execution code for the main. So I am going to write main dot then process dot exist, and I'm going to make it 0 dot catch. So it is just a boilerplate code. You can consider it as a boilerplate code because you are going to write the same thing again and again. And then if the error occurs, then we are going to catch that error and console it, console.log error, and then we will be process.exit 1. Okay, so now we are going to write the deploy script here. So first we are going to fetch the token smart contract, or we are going to get the token smart contract. So const token equal to await ethers dot get contract factory, and here will be token, and after that, okay, the token T will be capital, and after that we are going to fetch the exchange smart contract. So const exchange equal to await ethers dot get contract factory with each exchange, and after that we are going to write const accounts equal to await ethers dot get signers. Okay, and after that we are going to deploy the contract. So we are going to write console.log that going to deploy the smart contract. Okay, and after that we are going to deploy the token first. So let's say const token equal to await. We are going to store the token in this token variable. So token dot connect, and we are going to connect it with accounts 0. Okay, account 0 dot deploy, and going to deploy the with the name of the blockchain century. Okay, and also we are going to write the symbol pbc with the value of, let's say we are going to deploy 1,000,000 ethers, so 1 with 6 zeros. Okay, looks good to me. And now we are going to deploy the exchange smart contract, but before that we are going to write await await token dot deployed. Okay, so it is deployed, and we are going to console.log its address. Okay, so control.log token deployed at address, and we are going to make a dollar sign and going to give we are going to print the address of the token, so token dot address, simple. Okay, and after that we are going to deploy the exchange smart contract. So let's specify here deploying the token smart contract, and for the exchange also we are going to write exchange smart contract. Okay, and again const exchange equal to await exchange dot connect, and going to deploy it using the account 0 only dot deploy, and you can give any amount. I am going to give 1 ether equal to 1 ERC20 token, so for that one, and we are going to give the token address, so token dot address. Yeah, so correct. And after that we are going to deploy it, and now we are going to write the line exchange dot deployed. And now for the address we are going to write the same as the previous one. For now it will be exchange deployed at address exchange dot address. Okay, so I hope this one is clear. And after that we are going to transfer some amount, like we are going to transfer the whole million amount from the user 0 to the ethers. So await token dot connect with accounts 0. So as you know that the all the amount will be went off to account 0 because he is the one deploying the smart contract, and for that we are going to transfer the amount from the account 0 to the ether, so that the ether will contain much amount of ERC20 tokens to trade dot transfer, and I'm going to write accounts 0 dot address. We are going to transfer from account 0, and we are going to transfer to exchange dot address with an amount of 1,000,000. Okay, is it million? Yeah, it is million. And we are again going to do console.log, and here we are going to write 1,000,000 token is transferred from account 0 to ethers. uh, Transferred from users zero to sorry accounts zero to exchange contract. So I wrote it in the wrong place. I am going to write it here. Okay, so looks good to me. Now we are going to start the node. So yarn hard hat node. So yeah, now we are going to deploy it. So for that we are going to write yarn hard hat run script 00 dash dash network 00 deploy.js. So we are going to run this deploy script in the network of localhost. So click enter. Okay, it gave some error that account 0 deploy is not function. Okay, so deploy is not a function. Await exchange dot connect user 0. Okay, we forgot to give a bracket here, and after that we are going to here and okay, that was my fault. We're going to restart the node and we are going to write the same script again. Yeah, so click enter. This time everything should be fine. Okay, and now we are going to store these addresses in a config file. So we are going to make a config file in src folder. So I am going to make a config file. So config.json. Okay, and here we are going to write a JSON script. So I am going to write the chain ID first 311337, and in the network ID of 31337 we have the token smart contract and the exchange smart contract. Okay, and the addresses will be like the first one have the address token will have the address this one. Okay, and exchange will have the address of, let's copy it from here, copy and then paste it. Okay, now it's look good, and now we are going to write a seeding script for adding some scripts to the network or going to add some data into the network using this smart contract. So going to add actually let's leave the seeding script because as we are going to make the application, we will be testing it by our own. Okay, we don't need any data, previous data. Okay, so I am going to clear it out and clear some stuffs in the src folder. So going to delete the setup test, so delete it, and the report web vitals we are going to delete it also, and the logo also going to delete it, and in the index file we are going to remove these lines and these line also, and in the app.js we are going to remove the logo because we have already removed the logo from the folder src, and we are going to start with this app.js. So before that let's save everything index.js and then out.js, and I'm just going to write here hello. Okay, and just write npm run start to start the application. And also until it starts, let's clear the app.css also. Okay, we are going to write the css of our own. So let it start. Okay, so as you can see, the React app started. So now let's start building the application. So first let's go to apps and load the blockchain data. So for that we are going to make a function. So the name of the function will be const load blockchain data equal to this, and we are going to make this function async. And first we are going to load the provider. Okay, so const load provider equal to await load provider, and here we're going to write dispatch. We are going to send dispatch, so let's just take dispatch or import dispatch. Okay, so we need to install certain libraries for redux. So just let's go to package.json and just paste some of the code. Let me copy the name, and after that I'm going to paste some of the packages. You can directly copy paste it from my code or from the GitHub page. Okay, so here we will just save, and after that we are going to write in the console npm install so that these packages get installed, and till the time it completes, let's make a folder store. Here we are going to make four files. The first one is reducers, second one is interaction, and third one is store, and fourth one will be selector. In this project we don't need a selector, so we just stick to interaction, reducers, and stores. Okay, so first make the store, and after that make interactions, and then make reducer. Okay, so in store you have to write some boilerplate code. So let me show you what's the boilerplate code. You need to import certain libraries like create store and combine reducer. Okay, combine reducer and apply middleware. Okay, and these will be imported from the redux library. Okay, so now we are installing the packages from, as you can see here, we are installing redux, reselect, reselect, and react redux. So this will be installed, so after that we can use them. So now the second library will be thunk. So import thunk from redux thunk. Okay, and then import composer with DevTools. Okay, not composer, it's compose with DevTools from redux DevTools extensions. Okay, and after that we are going to import the reducers, like the files from the reducer. So first we are going to import a provider. Okay, this should be in the next line. Provider from dot slash reducer. Yeah, correct. And after that we are going to give some reducers in the combine reducer folder so that it can combine all the reducers and give us a single object in the variable. So we will name the variable as reducer equal to combine reducer, and after that we are going to give the provider. Okay, combine reducer. Yeah. Okay, it will be coming from redux step tools extension, and after that we are going to use const initial state equal to a blank array, and then const middleware equal to thumb. Okay, these are some of the boilerplate code that you will be using once only. You can just copy paste from here. You don't need to understand these things. Mm. So the first in the create store, the first argument will be reducer and the initial state, and also the compose with the DevTools. Okay, and in the compose with DevTools, we are going to apply the middleware with the value of all the middlewares. Dot middleware. Okay, so it's good for me, and then we are going to export the store, export default store. Okay, so now our store is complete, and I hope all the dependencies are installed. No, they are not installed. They are getting installed. So till the time they are getting installed, let's import the app with the providers in the index file. So in the index, we are going to write provider. Yeah, and after that, we are going to erase these React strict mode, and in the provider, we are going to provide the store equal to store. Okay, so now it is imported, and in the store variable, we are giving store as from. After that, we are going to save it. Yeah, so everything looks fine to me. And if you will see here now, you should see that the redux step tool should be activated. So let these extension get installed. After that, everything will be fine, and you will see that the redux is activated, and in the redux tools extension here. Okay, so it is taking longer than usual. Yeah, so it is completed, and if you will just reload, there is some error import combine reducer. Okay, I combine reducer is not found. Okay, it's not reducer in the stores. It is not reducer. It is combine reducers, and here also yes. I hope this time everything will be fine. Now, so combine will depth tools. Okay, so compose with DevTools was not found in Redux DevTools. So what's the issue? Okay, dev key should be capital. So my fault. Okay, so now let's see. Yeah, everything is fine. It is showing a hello, and as you can see here now the provider is activated. Like the Redux DevTools is now activated. That means our Redux state is running. And now we are going to import some of the blockchain data and going to upload it in the Redux. So just write const provider equal to load provider and use dispatch. Let's import the dispatch first from React Redux, and after that we're going to make the load provider in the our interactions. Okay, So I'm going to make it in this side so that you can see the application. So here we are going to make this function. So for that we are going to make export const load provider equal to dispatch. So we are just giving one argument, that is dispatch, and after that we are going to make a variable called connection equal to await ethers. So ethers is going to provide us the connection dot provider dot web3. We are going to request for a web3 provider, and in the web3 provider here we are going to write, okay, we need to in this await we need to write new, and ethers we need to import. We will be importing this time from ethers library and web3 provider, and in the provider with the arguments of the window.ethereum. Okay, so let's find ethers.providers, it will be s, yeah, and then we are going to dispatch it, like we are going to send it to the dispatch reducer so that the reducer can just upload it in the redux states. So type will be provider loaded, and after that the connection will be here, and we are going to return the connection also. Okay, so let's see by printing it once whether it is coming or not. So const okay, so console.log load provider. Okay, so as you can see, okay, this is your type. Oh, no. No reducer provider, type key provider. Okay, so we have to make a reducer name provider export as provider equal to with the state of empty, and with the action, and in the default we are going to return the state. Okay, before that we need to make it a switch statement action which will iterate the action dot type, and in that we are going to return the default. And now in the store we can just add here the provider, yeah, so provider is here and we are also providing the provider will be capital. Okay, so now these things should not occur. Yeah, so as you can see there is no error, but the console log statement is also not visible. So for that what we need to do is that let's go to app.js, and as you can see that the load blockchain data, this function is not running, like we have not initiated it for now. So for that we want it to initiate whenever the React application starts. So for that we are going to use the use effect, and in the use we need to import the use effect from React, and after that we are going to let the load blockchain data, and then now you can see that the load provider is still not working because we have not imported it yet. So now we have imported it, so let's check whether it is showing us the console log or not. So refresh it once. Okay, so cannot access your provider before initialization. Okay, so what's the matter? Okay, so async, okay, you are not going to give your await, and no provider will dispatch. Looks good to me. So what's the issue? We are running the connection also. It should work fine. Cannot access load provider before initialization. With blockchain data 9. Okay. So now load provider equal to export cons provider. Here we are going to give dispatch and here new ether store providers. Hmm. Load provider was used before it was defined. Okay. So here we are importing it. So there should not be an issue. Why is this showing an issue? Okay, this is showing an issue because we have provided async function and we have provided the load provider here. So here it should be provider only. Okay, so now it should not give any error. Unfortunately, I have wrote the function name along with the variable, and the function name and the variable name was same. So that's why the function was used for with the variable name. So now as you can see that it is showing us the result of Web3 provider. So it is giving us the connection with the Web3 technology, and now we are going to give like upload the chain ID. So now let's go for the chain ID. On chain ID equal to load network. And here we are going to provide the provider and dispatch. Okay, and here we are going to make the function load network, and as an argument we are going to take the provider and the dispatch. It will be an async function, and now we are going to request to the window to give us the Ethereum request account. So const account. Okay, so we are going to take the chain ID. So const chain ID equal to await provider dot get network. So let me show you one thing. Here you can see that here is our provider, and in this provider in the network section you can see here we have the chain ID. So we are fetching this chain ID. So here provider dot chain ID, sorry, provider dot get network, and now we are going to dispatch the chain ID. So here the type of the chain ID will be network loaded, and the chain ID is here, and going to return chain ID. Okay, so let's see. We have not imported the load network, so now it should console log the chain ID. I'm going to erase the provider console log for now, and let's see. Okay, so it is returning a promise. Why it is so? Because we have not provided any await, so it won't await for the function to get executed completely. So now it is showing us the chain ID. Okay, that's great. And the chain ID is shown to us. Now we are going to upload it to the redux state. So for that we are going to go to reducer, and I'm going to open interactions here. So first we are going to upload the provider connection. So case provider loaded, and here will be the connection. Okay, so it won't be like this. We need to return state. We are going to add the connection as action.connection. Okay, so now let's see. It should it be displayed? Yeah, as you can see, the provider is now empty. So let's see, we have done some mistake or not. So we are giving here connection. So there will be connection. Yeah, this is fine. It should show here. Let's reload it once. Yeah. So as you can see, the connection is now uploaded in the states, and now we are going to upload the chain ID. Uh, so network loaded, and we are going to return the state. We are going to add chain ID as action.chain ID. Okay. What's the matter? Why it is showing us error? Okay. So here won't be a semicolon, it will be a comma. So let's see. Okay, as you can see in the provider, the connection is showing up, but the net chain ID is not showing up. So let's reload it once. Yeah, so the chain ID is also showing up. Now what we are going to do, we are going to make the body of the application. So for making the body, we are going to make a component folder, and in that component folder we are going to make two things. The first one is will be the body, and the second one will be the alert, so that we can show the transaction alerts there. First make the body. So for that we are going to make the folder components. Okay, and inside the components we are going to make another folder named as body. So here it will contain the body of the application, and inside the body we are going to make a JavaScript file named body, and also a CSS file known as body.css. Okay, so go, that's look great. And now we are going to write here RFCE so that it can make a function which will be exported in default. Okay, so now what we are going to do, we are going to make this body. So first let's import the CSS, import dot slash body dot CSS. Okay, and here we are going to write in the CSS, we are going to fill the CSS. So I am going to paste the CSS here because I am not going to show you the CSS. It's not the part of our course. If you want the CSS, you can go and just download it from GitHub repo. So now we are going to make the body. So before making the body, let's just add some CSS in the app.css also. Okay, so you can download all the CSS files from the GitHub. I will give you the link, and then what you are going to do is that here you are going to write the application. You are going to make the application. So first you are going to make a div with the class name of on container. Okay, and inside this we are going to make a nav bar for the application. So we are going to make the nav bar, and after the nav bar we are going to make the, like, we are going to show the account. Okay, so for that we are going to make another div after that, and first let's start with the nav bar. Let's see how our application is looking. Okay, so it is giving us some issue in the app.css. Okay, I have not included any like any image, so let's make a asset folder and just import an image. I already have the image, so you can download it from the GitHub repo only. So assets, and inside the assets I'm going to paste that folder, sorry, that image. Okay, so as you can see, this will be our background image. Okay, so now let's see any error is there. Okay, so there is no error, and now we are going to make the application. So we are going to make the body here. Inside the navbar we are going to first make a, like, we are going to first to check show the balance and the account, and if it is connected, but if it is not connected we are going to show a button which will in where it will be written that you want me to connect, and when you will be connecting it then it will be showing you the balance and account and the total amount you have, like the total amount of ERC20 tokens. Okay, so let's fetch the account first. um Before that, let's just simply make a variable for now. So first account equal to false for now. So if the account is false, then what we are going to do, we are going to just show a div, and if there is an account we are going to again show a div. Okay, yeah, so what's the difference, right? Are not going to show div only, we are going to show some data. So if the account is there we are going to show the details like the balance, account, and the token amounts. Okay, so for that let's make another div known as uh, okay, not another div, we are going to write class here. So details will be the name of this div, and inside this div we are going to show the balance first. So here let's give a label, and in the label we are going to give a class name, and the class name will be what will be the class name? The class name will be balance level. We are going to first show the balance. So here balance. Okay, let's say for now the balance is 200. Okay, so let's see. Okay, nothing till now, nothing is appearing. So it's because that we have not initiated this component in our application app. So for that we need to go to app.js and going to write here, going to import the components. So first we are going to import the body, just import it. Okay, now it should show us. Oh yeah, it is showing us a box for now, uh, because here we have wrote that the account is false. If we will write the account is true, then we are going to see something. Yeah, the balance. Okay. So here you can see the balance, and now we are going to make another level like this. So this time the name of the class will be account address, and here we are going to write the account. Let's say it's now XYZ 0XYZ. Okay, and again we are going to make another level. Now for now this will be named as account address. I will give the same name here, and here the name will be token amount. Okay, and the token amount will be 2000 or 20,000, whatever you like. Yeah, so it is looking good for now. And if the account is not here, we are going to show the button, a button which will show us that we need to connect to the application. So the class name will be detail, and then we are going to make the button. So the div will the class name will be here in the div. Okay, and the button name will be named as account address. Okay, and in the account address we are going to write connect. We're going to show the connect button. So now let's see. Yeah, it is showing the data. If we will make it false count, then it is going to show us a connect button. Okay, so now again we are going to make another component. uh, Now we are going to make a select component, like a select. We are going to give a select tab. So select, we are from this we are going to select the network. So let's name is networks for now, and the id will be networks. Okay, we are just doing the css and the front end part first, so that it won't bother us after that. Okay, so for the value we are going to for now we are not going to give any value. So here I am going to provide on chain. So whenever the options change, we are going to strike a function which will be network provider or network handler, and the class name of this select will be network select. Okay, sorry for that. And inside this select we are going to make option. The first value will be 0, which will be disabled, and the name will be select network, like it is going to imply us to select a network. Okay, and after that that option will be there, which will be localhost. The value will be something different, and here also it will be sepolia. So you can change the network from here, like we are going to change it from localhost to sepolia or to any other uh, test network. Okay, so that looks good to me. And now what we can do, we can just in the value section we are going to write some values. So here the values will be the hex codes of the chain ID. So for Sepolia it is 0xAAA, 0xAA36A7, and for the local host it will be 0x7A69. So how you can find the hex code of any chain ID? So for that you need to go to a hex converter, to integer to hex converter. You can write here and just click on the first link, and here you can write any chain code like for Hardhat it is 31337, and I'm going to convert it into hex code, and as you can see it is 7A96, and we wrote the same thing 7A96, and you need to give 0x before that, it is common. Okay, so now it looks good to me, and we need to make the function. So for that we are going to make the function. Okay, yeah, so going to make the function network handler. Okay, so for the network handler we are going to make it an async function, and we're going to take an argument e, and after that we are going to do a wait window, like we are going to request the windows to change the Ethereum chain. So window dot Ethereum dot request change in the network. So with method we are going to provide a method named wallet switch Ethereum chain, so that the wallet can switch to the chain we want it to change. So it will be a wallet underscore switch Ethereum chain. Okay, and in the bottoms we need to provide the chain ID, and the chain ID will be e dot target dot value. Okay, so the chain ID will be the value we are going to provide in the hex code. Okay, so now let's see how it is looking. Yeah, so as you can see here is the network selector, and now we are going to provide a value for the network selector. So in the select we are going to provide a value. So the value will be like this. So we are going to import the config for now. So config we are going to check the chain ID, and if the chain ID have the chain ID, like the config file have the chain ID, then we are going to show the name of the chain ID. Otherwise we are going to show the an empty string. Okay, so 0x chain ID. Okay, we need to give a dollar sign here, and yeah, so chain ID dot to string with a length of 16. Okay, otherwise we are going to just give a 0. Okay, sorry, it won't be like this. So here otherwise it will be a 0. Okay, so now we are going to import the chain ID, and we are going to fetch the we are going to fetch the chain ID from the use select with the help of use select. As you can see here that we are using this redux state, and here we have already uploaded the chain ID, so now we are going to fetch it. So yeah, for the chain ID we are going to make a variable chain ID equal to use selector, and then state dot medical, okay, not medical, sorry. So state dot provider. Okay, so let me see whether it is capital provider or small provider. So it is a capital. So it will be capital. Yeah, and we will be importing the use selector from React Redux, and also we are going to import the config file. So import config from dot slash, okay, no, dot slash, it will be dot slash, again it will be dot slash config.json. Okay, that's good to me. Now there should not be any error. Okay, there is some error. So use selector is not defined. Okay, so what's the issue? It is not defined. We have used use selector here, and we have imported it also. So let's reload. And yeah, now it is working fine, and it is showing us localhost for now. Great. Um, After that, what we are going to do, we are going to complete this class. So for this div, we are also going to check here that if the account exists, then only we are going to store some value. Otherwise, we are going to show something else. For now, I am going to write null value only. So here, if the account is here, then we are going to show the functionality and all buy and sell tabs of the application. So let's first do something so that this connect button calls up. So when the button calls up, like where is the button? Yeah. So whenever anyone will click on connect, we are going to go on click, and we are going to make a function. So the name will be connect handler. Okay, and I'm going to make this function here. So const connect handler equal to add a function. Okay, and here we are going to load the account. So await load network, the load account, and we are going to provide here provider and dispatch. Okay, we need to import the provider and dispatch. So for importing, we are going to make const provider equal to use select, and here it will be same state dot provider dot connections. So as the connection is there in connection, so that's it. And here it will be selection. Okay, and the connect handler will be an async function, and we are also going to import the dispatch. So const dispatch equal to use dispatch. Okay, uh, yeah, so we are going to make the load account. So for that, let's make the load account in the interactions as usual. So export const load, we have to load, we need to load the account. Yeah, so for that, export const load account equal to async, and here we are going to provide the provider and the dispatch as argument. Okay, and now we are going to get the account using a method called eth request account. So we are going to write accounts. So it is going to give us an set. So await window dot ethereum dot request for the accounts. So the method of the request will be if request account. Okay. And now we are going to fetch the particular account which we are using. So const account equal to await, cannot await, it will be ethers dot utils dot get address of the accounts here. So it is going to give us the current account address. Hmm, that's good. And now we are going to make dispatch with a type called account loader. Okay, and here will be account, and then we are going to fetch the balance also. So let balance the balance equal to await provider dot get balance for account this, and here we are going to change the balance into Ethereum format, otherwise it will be a big number in way. So balance equal to ethers dot utils dot format ether, and here we are going to write the balance. Okay, and we are going to dispatch the balance with the name called ether balance node. Okay, and here we are going to return the account, but before that let's see everything is fine or not. So we are searching the accounts using eth request accounts, and we are just getting one account using the get address account, the current account, and then we are dispatching it, and after that we are getting the balance from here and dispatching the balance also. Okay, so let's go to the reducer to upload them in the state of the redux. So interactions, here we are going to make two more cases. The name of the two more cases will be, the first one will be okay, so the last one we are going to make first ether balance loaded, and here it will be account loaded, and here we need to change this. So account is action dot account. Okay, and for the ether balance we are going to write chain id is action dot chain id. Okay, it's going to be a chain id, sorry. So balance will be action dot balance. Okay, so now it should show us all the details about the account and the balance. It is not showing us, so let's refresh it. Now it should show us. Okay, why it is not showing? Okay, we have not connected yet. So let's first complete the function which is connecting us to our account. I have wrote the wrong value of use selector. It will be use selector, now it will be n. So we are going to connect it. We are going to connect it, and as you can see here, the MetaMask is popping up, and now we are going to provide us password, and it should get connected. Okay, as you can see, it is connected. So, but it is not showing us the details about the account and all the balances. So for that, what we need to do, we also need to fetch the account here. As you can see here, we are writing false and true by manually, and we are getting this account details from here. So as you can see, accounts is here, balance is also here. So we are going to use the use selector again, and this time we are going to get the account. Okay, so let's see, everything should be visible now. Yeah, so everything is visible. So whenever we click restart, so it is now connected. It is not connected to MetaMask, and whenever we are going to unconnect, it is going to show us all the details. Okay, so as we are getting the balance here, you can see we are getting the balance in our states. So we can just simply fetch the balance and account and just show it here. So let's do that. So the balance, it will be balance, and we need to fetch it also. So we're going to get the balance. Okay, so balance, and here we are going to show the account. Okay, let's see. Yeah, it is showing us the balance and account, but as you can see, it is a very long numeric value, and also here also it is a very long this. So what we are going to do, we are going to use slice method here, so that we will be showing the first some digits, some characters of account, and after that we are going to give dot dot, and after that we are going to give or show some of the characters, as you can see in the MetaMask. Yeah, in this format, like we are going to show some first of some characters here, and after that we are going to give dot dot dot, and after that we are going to show last some characters. So for that we are going to write account or slice, and we are going to slice, like how much we are going to slice. So it will be like 0 to 5. So as you can see here, now it is small, and now we are going to add some string like dot 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 dot, plus we are going to again write account dot slide, and going to show last some characters. So 38, comma 48. Okay, so now let's see. Yeah, it is now showing good. And let's fix the balance also. We are going to show some of the characters, like 4 characters after the decimal, and we are not going to show other numbers. For that, we are going to do, we are going to convert it into a number, and we are going to fix it in 4. Like after decimal, there should only be 4 characters. So now as you can see, the balance and account is showing, and it is looking pretty good. And we are also going to show the token amount. So let's first import the token, or get the token in our states of redux. So for that, let's go to app.js. Okay, and after that, let's make some of the functionalities. I forgot to make some of the functionalities, like whenever we are going to change the account should be changed in our balance also. Like let's say we are going to change an account from the MetaMask, so or it automatically should show the account in our application. So otherwise it will be like our application is showing a different account, and the MetaMask is subjected to a different account. So it should not be like that. So for that, what we are going to do, we are going to write window.ethereum.on accounts change. So whenever the account get changed, we are going to run this function, and we are going to do load account, and here we are going to provide the provider and the dispatch. Okay, and also one more thing, that whenever we are changing the network, then also our like our application should reload. So window dot ethereum dot on chain changed. So whenever the chain will get changed, we are going to write window dot location dot reload. Okay, so this will reload the page. Hmm. Let's see. Yeah, so whenever, okay, we are not going to test it for now. We're going to test it later on. Okay, now we are going to make, we are going to upload the load exchange contract and the load token contract. So const token config. So we are going to get the address here. So token config equal to config chain ID dot token. Okay, I am doing too much mistakes, and we are going to import config here dot slash config dot json. Okay, so here we are going to get the string which consists of the address, and now we are going to make two functions. The first one will be giving us the token, and the second one will be giving us the exchange. Okay, so const token equal to await load token, and here we are going to provide the provider. Okay, provider and the token config file, and we are going to give the address, and along with that the dispatch. Okay, and after that we are also going to get the exchange. So const exchange config equal to config chain id dot exchange. Okay, so just let's see the config file once, so that we can be sure that we are not giving any mistakes. Okay, so we are going to fetch this exchange, this set, and into the set we are going to get the address. Okay, so const exchange equal to await load exchange. Okay, it will be provider, and then the exchange config dot address, and also the dispatch. Okay, so let's make these files. In the interactions, so export const load token equal to this, and as the argument we are going to give the provider, the address, and the dispatch. Similar for the exchange, we are going to give the same things here. And now let's load the token. So we will be writing the let token and also its symbol. We're going to get the symbol also. Okay, and token equal to new ethers.contract. So with this function we are going to get the contract with the address of this, and we are going to get the token by ABI. So we haven't made the token, we are not getting the token ABI from anywhere for now. So let's make a function known as ABIs. Here we are going to store the ABIs of our smart contract. So the first will be token.json and the second will be exchange.json. Okay, and from where we are going to get the ABIs? We are going to get the ABIs from the artifacts, contracts, tokens, and here token.json we are going to just minimize the ABI and just copy the ABI portion and paste it into our ABIs folder into the token.json. We are going to provide it here, and after that we are going to do the same thing for the exchange. So for the exchange we are going to get the exchange from the exchange folder exchange.json, and after that we are going to copy the ABI and just paste it inside the exchange. Okay, so looks good to me. Now we can get the APIs. So in the interactions we are going to make two files. So import token ABI from dot slash ABI, okay, dot slash ABI slash token.json, and similar for the exchange. So for that we are going to write here exchange.json, and here also exchange.abi, sorry, exchange ABI. Okay, and then we are going to fetch the contract. So ethers.contract with address, and after that the token ABI. So you need to give the ABI of the same contract you want to fetch and the provider. Okay, so we need to give these things, three things. And also to fetch the symbol we are going to use our get symbol function, as you can see in our token.sol. Here we have made a function known as get symbol so that we can get the symbol. So const symbol equal to new ethers dot, sorry, it won't be ethers, so it will be token. So we are going to get the function from the token smart contract symbol, and here we are going to get the symbol here, and after that we are going to fetch the token loaded along with the symbol. Okay, so for that we are going to dispatch, type will be token loaded with the token and symbol. We also need to return it because we have made a variable which stores these values. So return token. Okay, like it stores the contract token. So for that, and also similarly for exchange we are going to do the same thing. We are going to make the exchange, and after that we are going to fetch the exchange with the help of ethers. So new ethers dot contract, and will be the same thing, the same argument with the address exchange dot ABI and along with provider. Okay, looks good to me. And after that we are going to dispatch, and we are going to dispatch with type will be exchange loaded with exchange. Okay, so as you can see here we have loaded the token and exchange. Now we can just get it from the state. So first just get it into reducer and just upload it in the states. So for that we are going to make one more reducer. So this time the name will be token. So here we are going to write export const token, token equal to this, and as the argument we are going to take a state. So the state will be now this time the state will be consisting some of the variables, like we will be setting the loaded will be false, it will be the default variable, default state, sorry. So contract will be empty at first, and also the transaction will be is successful will be false. So we are tracking the transaction with this variable and also the events. So you will get these things when we will be using these things, and we are going to use the switch action dot type, and it will return default. Okay, it will be default. The return state will be return state. So it is going to return the state by default. Okay, and after that we are going to use the same thing with exchange equal to this, and for the exchange we are going to set the same thing. We are going to provide here state equal to loaded false, but this time we are going to set the contract. We don't need the transactions. Okay, seems good to me. And after that the action, so the action will be like we will be switching case exchange loaded and return dot state with loaded as true and contract as action dot exchange. Okay, and here also, as we are going to fetch the contract, here I have written it first, but we also need to write the default state. Default will be return state. Okay, and here also we are going to provide the, okay, sorry, so we are going to provide the state contract loaded, so token loaded, and here it will be return. Okay, it won't be a semicolon here, so it is showing me some error why it is so. And okay, we need to provide the action also, so it is not getting the action, so for that it is showing us some error. So here token loaded will be like, what will be the token loaded? It will be, we are going to insert it in the state, and we are going to insert loaded will be true, and contract will be action dot token, action dot token, and symbol will be action dot symbol. So we are also giving the symbol. Okay, so looks cool. Now let's see. Okay, so before that we are going to give it into the stores also. So we need to write the add the reducers in the store. So for that we're going to give token and exchange, and similarly in the combine also we are going to provide the same thing. Okay, looks good to me. Now let's see. Load token is not defined. Okay, why it is so? Okay, we forgot to import them in the apps, so let's import them. Yeah, so now everything is fine. Now let's see, let's reload it, man. Yeah, so now let's see whether the token and exchange is getting loaded or not, and you can see here the contracts are loaded. uh Here it is showing that the symbol is empty. Let's check why the symbol is empty. So let's see, and the token dot sol we are getting the symbol with this. Okay, and in the interactions we are storing the symbol using the symbol variable, and also in the reducer we are storing the symbol as action or symbol. Okay, so we should write symbol as this. Okay, so the symbol will be action dot symbol. So this time the symbol should load, but it is not loading. Okay, let's see whether there is a error in the console or not. Okay, there is no error in the console. So hit connect, it is getting connected, and I'm not getting why it is not showing us the symbol. Let's check the interaction once. Okay, so here it won't be new, it will be await. Okay, so that's my mistake, sorry. And now I hope this time the symbols will be showing up. Yeah, as you can see, TBC. So we are going to show the symbol here only, and now we can get the balance. So that's great. So now what we are going to do, we have loaded the balance, loaded the token and loaded the exchange. Now, hmm, let's go to our body and let's fetch the balance of the of ERC20 token. So in the body, we are going to get the token balance. How we are going to get the token balance? We are going to get the token balance using a use effect. So in the use effect, we are going to pass a variable, not a variable. We are going to pass a function. So just write use effect, and after that, if token is available and account is available and also dispatch is available, then what we are going to do, okay, the token is not imported yet, let's import the token. So cost token equal to use selector state, and then state dot token dot contract. Okay, and also you need to import the use effect. So use effect. Okay, so if the token and account and dispatch is there, then we are going to get the token balance. So we are going to write get token balance. We are going to make the function in the interactions only. So it will be taking a token, account and dispatch. Okay, so let's make this function export const get token balance. B should be capital, equal to, here it will be an async function, as we are going to get the balance, and the input it will be taking as token, account and then dispatch. Okay, now let's make the function. So get token balance, first we are going to make a variable balance equal to await. We are going to get the contract, and after that we are going to ask him balance of, like, I hope you remember the function balance of, it was in the token smart contract. If you want to see, you can go check it off. And after that the account. Okay, and then we are going to write balance equal to await, as it is going to come in wave format. So we are going to convert it into ethers dot utils dot format ether, and here will be balance. Okay. Okay, I wrote a wrong spelling of balance here also. Okay, looking good. And after that, we are going to dispatch it. Dispatch with the name of the action as token balance. Okay, token balance loaded with the token balance name as balance. So here you can explicitly make a name for this, like token balance will be the type of action it will be providing. Okay, and now we are going to go for the reducer. So let's upload the balance in the reducer. So let's go to reducer, and in the reducer we are going to write the token balance. So here only case token. Okay, so token balance loaded, and here we are going to write return and dot 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 state. We are going to write here we have saved that variable into token balance, so just make a variable token balance, and we are going to get the value from the action dot token balance. Okay, looks good to me. Now let's see what is the token balance. So the token balance is not showing up. Let's refresh it once, and now let's see what is the token balance. Okay, till now the token balance is not getting loaded because we are not running the function yet. I need to import it. So just import it, token balance, and now it should work. Let's see. Uh, Refresh it once. Okay, the token balance is not loaded because whenever we are using use effect, we need to give the other parameters like account token. Okay, so we need these parameters, and now I hope it will be running. We need to connect it, and now let's see. Okay, ether balance loaded, token balance loaded is showing here, but it is not displaying here. So let's see what's the issue. Token balance. Okay, I have wrote wrong. I have wrote here a wrong spelling. Token balance loaded. Okay, so everything should be fine now. Token balance is here. Token balance is also here. Everything is fine now. Let's see. We can hope that this time we will be showing up the token balance. Connect here, and then let's see whether the token balance is showing up or not. As you can see here, the token balance is showing up. So that's great. We can now show it in our body. In the body, we are going to show the token balance. Like, where is the token balance? Yeah, here. So here we are going to show the token balance. So write, just simply write here token balance. Token balance. Okay, we have not made the token balance. Like, we need to fetch the token balance from the state. So const token balance equal to use state. State will be state dot token balance. Okay, Okay, it won't be use state, it will be use selector. Now let's see whether it is showing us or not. Token balance is not defined. So what happened? Why token balance is not defined? We have defined token balance here and token balance here, and let's see. Okay, so it is showing here the token balance, so that's great. We are displaying all the information. Also, let's show the symbol here. So let's fetch the symbol first. So symbol will be symbol. Okay, and we are going to show the symbol here. Token symbol equal to symbol. Okay, let's see. Yeah, so it is showing us the token symbol, right? And now we are going to show us going to show the form, like from there the user can trade. Okay, so now let's start making the form. So if the account is then there, then we are going to show the form, otherwise we are going to hide the form. Okay, so if the token is there, but let's see, let's write the case where the token is not there. So if the token is not there, then we are going to show something like connect to MetaMask. Okay, let's see. Yeah, so whenever we are not connected, it will show us connect to MetaMask, and whenever we will be connecting, it will be showing us the form. So let's make the form. So for the form, we are going to write, we are going to make an h2 first. So in the h2, we are going to write trade form. Okay, so it will be the form for which we will be trading. With the help of this, we will be trading the ERC20 tokens. So tabs, it will be the name of the div, and inside the div we are going to give a button called buy and sell. So we are going to give a tab, and the name of the class name of the button will be tab active. Okay, and here I am going to write buy. Okay, and also the ref, we need to make some ref, but before that we are going to make one more button, that will be the sell button, and here it will only be having the class name as tab, and it will be named as sell button. Okay, so we are going to make a ref. So ref is, we will be using the ref for changing the class, so that we can change the css with along with that. Okay, so going to make a buy ref and the sell ref for the two different tabs. So const buy ref equal to use ref, and here we are going to pass null, and similarly for sell also we are going to pass null, and let's import the use ref. Now let's use them in the button. Okay, in the button, we are going to write ref equal to buy ref in the buy one, and in the sell ref we are going to do the same thing, but here we are going to write the sell ref. Okay, sell. Okay, that's look good. And in both the buttons we are going to give an on click. So whenever the person will be clicking on the button, we are going to use a function tab handler so that we can handle the tabs, like we can do something whenever the button is clicked. So let's make the function. Okay, so tab handler. So in the tab handler, we are going to change the actions along with the functions. So if e dot target dot class name will not be equal to the byref dot current dot class name, then we are going to change it. But let's first make it e. It will be taking e as argument, and after that we are going to make e dot target dot class name as tab dash dash active. Okay, and after that we are going to make bydef as current dot class name equal to tab. Okay, else uh, else we are going to write e dot target dot class name equal to the same like the previous one, and after that cell ref dot current dot class name will be equal to tab, and then set is by as true. Okay, so it will be a function through which we are going to buy and sell or transfer the token as ERC20 token to Ethereum, or from Ethereum to ERC20 token. And also set by here, we are going to use the same thing, but we are going to we are going to make a state here. So we will be checking that whether it is buy or whether it is sell, like whether we are in the buy tab or whether we are in the sell tab. So let's make this variable using the state. So let's use the selector here, and after that we are going to make const buy is buy, set is buy equal to use state, and initially it will be true. Okay, let's import it. Okay, so that's good. We are setting here whenever we are going into the buy def or the buy tab, we are setting is buy as true, and whenever we are leaving the buy tab, we are getting here set is buy as false. Okay, and through this we are going to check, like if it is buy, then we are going to show one tab, otherwise we are going to show another tab. So let's just once see the application. Yeah, as you can see, here is the buy tab and here is the sell tab, and here you can interchange them. So let's make this one. Before that, I was thinking that I need to make a form. So we'll be making a form from here. So we need to check is it is buy or not, and if it is buy, then we are going to do something, otherwise we are going to do the other thing. So for now I am writing it null, and here I am writing it diff. Okay, So if it is buy, we are going to show a form, like we're going to make a form with the class name of buy form. Like whoever want to buy will be filling this form out, and it will be like this. We don't need this div, we can just use the form here. Single element will be better. And also we are going to make a label. So label will be HTML4 will be by amount, and after that we are going to write amount of token. Like you need to fill here the amount of token, and here we are going to say explicitly whether you are filling it for buying or selling. So if you want to buy, then fill the input, and we are going to make the input. Hmm. Input the text will be number. Okay, and also the ID will be by amount, and also the name will be by amount, and placeholder we will be setting as 1 ETH, and also on change we are going to write E, set amount E dot target dot value, and the value will be amount. If it is equal to 0, then we are going to show as 0. So we need to make this set amount state so that we can set the amount, otherwise it will be just amount. Okay, so let's make the state here so that we can set the on change. So like this only, we are going to make the amount and also the set amount. Initially it will be 0, so we'll be making it as 0. Sorry, I did something wrong. Yeah, so initially it will be 0, and after that we are going to make a button of type will be submit, like we will be using it for submission. Okay, and whenever we click on it, we will be using a function to submit our transaction. We will be making this function a submit handler. So I am going to write as, yeah, here we are, I am going to make submit handler equal to this. Okay, submit handler, that's good. And here I am going to write by the UI. Okay, now let's check the application once. Yeah, so as you can see here, it is showing a form. If we want to buy it, then we will be clicking the amount of ethers we want, and when we are going to sell it, we are going to show here the same, how much amount we want to sell. So now let's make the sell. The cell form, it will be similar to this only. So I'm just going to copy it out and just paste it here, and there will be some changes, like in the form of buy, here it will be cell form, and in the amounts also we are going to write here sell amount. Okay, and in ID also we are going to make it as sell, and here also sell, and one set amount will be same, and the amount here also it will be same, and the submission will be in the same place, and here will be sell. Okay, now let's see. Yeah, we need to change this one also. So for that we are going to write here in the amount of token, here we are going to write sell. Okay, so here it will be buy, it will be sell. Okay, our tab is looking good. Now we will be making this input so that it could work whenever we will be writing the amount, and then we can sell it, otherwise we can buy it. Okay, now whenever I am clicking it, it is getting reloaded because we have not provided the prevent default function. So let's first write the prevent default function. So here I am going to write e, and here we are going to write e dot prevent default. Okay, so now I think the page should not reload. Yeah, it is not reloading. Okay, now let's start making this functionality. Like we are going to sell or buy it. Let's make this. So for the functionality, we need to apply these buttons. We need to apply this submit handler. Make this submit handler so that it can submit the transactions. Okay, so we are going to give some statements. If statement, that if the it is by, like if it is in buy tab, then we are going to do something, otherwise we are going to do the sell stuffs. So after that, whatever thing we do after that, we are going to set the amount as 0. Okay, so the question is what we want to do. So we want to trade the token, right? So we are going to make a trade token function. So let's make a trade token function. So for that, to make a trade token function, we need to go to interactions, and after that we are going to make a function. So export const trade token equal to async, and after that we are going to provide it with the provider as the input parameters, and exchange, and the transfer type, and token amount, account, and also the dispatch. So you will get to know why we are using all of this. So let's make it let's initialize a variable known as transaction, where we are going to store the transaction, and we are going to use a try catch block. So try catch, which will catch the error, and we are going to do something when the error occurs. But first let's do the try. But before that, let's dispatch one thing. So dispatch with the type is transfer request. Okay, so whenever the transfer token function will be called, this dispatch function will occur, which will say that the transfer request is initialized, and after that we are going to uh, make the amount as number amount. So we are going to typecast it into number, because it is a string, right? The amount we are getting from this one is a string, and we want to convert it into a numbers. Okay, so for that we are doing this thing, number amount, and after that let signer. So we are going to get the signer from provider equal to await provider dot get signer. Okay, so we are getting signer into this signer variable, and after that let amount of token equal to await. So whatever amount we are getting, we are getting it in ethers, like in the user is going to type it into ethers, and therefore we need to convert it into the sorry yeah, into the way format, so that we can give it in the way format to the contract. Okay, so await provider dot get signer. Okay, we did that, and the amount of token are equal to await ethers dot utils dot format ether. Actually, we don't need the await, so ethers dot utils dot not format ether. This time we are converting the ether into way, so we are going to do parse ether, and we are going to do amount dot to string. Okay, here we are again converting it into string. Okay, and after that we are going to write each value. So each value equal to await exchange dot value, right? We are fetching the value, like what is the value of each token with compared to the Ethereum. And after that, whenever we get each value, we are going to calculate the total value. So let total value, like how much the customer have to pay. It is amount into each value, okay. So amount, uh, okay. And now we are going to see that whether it is a transfer type is buy or sell. So in this transfer type, we are going to transfer a string variable, and we are going to check whether the transfer is buy or it is sell. So if the transfer type equal to buy, then we are going to buy the token, otherwise we are going to sell the token. Okay, so for buying the token, what we need to do, we need to make the transaction with the buy token function, which is coming from the exchange smart contract. So transaction equal to await exchange dot connect with the signer, like the signer is going to make the transaction, and he is going to call buy token with the amount of token, like he is going to give the amount of token he want to buy as input, and after that he want to provide the value. So the value will be the total value, like the value will be the multiplication of the amount he want to buy and the value of each ERC20 token. And with here we are giving the value, but before that we need to give a from which account we are going to take the ethers. So from account. Okay, uh, looks fair enough. And after that we are going to do await transaction dot wait. This is for the block confirmation, you will know that. Okay, so this is the buy function where we are calling the buy token to buy the ethers. And if it is the transfer type is a sell token, then what we are going to do, we are going to sell it. But for selling, if you remember, we first need to approve the token, right? In the testing also, let me show you. In the testing also we need to approve it. Okay. Yeah, so whenever we are buying token and we are willing to selling it, so before that we need to approve the amount here, as you can see, so that the selling can take place. So I hope you got this point. So we are doing the same thing here. So transaction equal to await token dot connect with the signer dot approve. So we are going to approve the exchange dot address and the total value. Okay, yeah, so we have approved the amount, and now we are going to wait for the block confirmation. So await transaction dot wait, and after that what we are going to do, we are going to sell the token, right? So transaction equal to await exchange dot connect with the signer dot sell token with the amount of token, like how much amount he want to sell. And after that we are going to do the block confirmation thing. Okay, so looks good to me. And if there is some error, then we are going to dispatch a type which is known as transfer failure. Will be transfer failure. Okay, looks good to me. Now whenever this transfer failure happens, we are going to automatically change these values. Like in the body you can see here that we are going to decrease it if the user is selling the token, and if the user is going to buy the token, then we are going to decrease the balance function, right? So for that we need to give the use effect some value, like whenever the amount is getting transferred, then we need to change this thing. So for that we need to call the use effect once again. But we are going to know that these values are getting changed? So we will be using a transfer from function, like a subscribe to event. Like whenever the transfer success will occur, it will generate a dispatch that yes, the transaction is occurring and it have already successfully occurred. And then you need to change the value, right? So for that we need to subscribe to the event. Like in this event, let me show you. Exchange.sol, yeah. So here we need to subscribe to, not here, here, token.sol. Yeah, we need to subscribe to this token. Where is the event? Yeah, this transfer event. We need to subscribe to the transfer event using the on function. Let me show you how we are going to subscribe to an event. So we are going to first make a function known as subscribe to event. So export const subscribe to event equal to token dispatch, and after that we are going to make the use of on. So on is the one is a functionality from we are getting from ether.js to subscribe to events. So we are going to subscribe it from the token smart contract. So we are going to write token dot on. So token on, whenever the event transfer occurs, so we are going to write the event name token transfer. I hope this is the right name. Like, okay, here is the event token transfer. So we are going to use it. I'm going to copy it and paste it. Oh, sorry, I did something wrong. Yeah. So whenever this token transfer takes place, we are going to give the parameters from, to, value, and event. And we are going to pass the event with the dispatch that type will be transfer success, and with the event. Okay, so like this. Okay, fair enough. So we are using this transfer request, after that transfer failure and transfer success. Now we need to write it in our reducer so that it can update the state. So first we need to just, let's see first that the transaction is happening or not. So for that we need to go to body and go for the submit handler. Yeah, submit handler. So here is our submit handler, and we are going to use the trade token sorry, the trade token function, and here we are going to pass the provider, as you can see here, provider, then exchange, and then the transfer type will be buy, and because we are checking is buy, and if it is buy, then we are going to use the buy, and after that token, amount, account, and dispatch, right? So we need to import the exchange. So just go here and just type const exchange equal to use selector state dot exchange dot symbol. Okay, looks good to me. I hope there is no error. No, there is no error. That's good. Otherwise, if it is a cell, then we are going to do the same thing, but here we are going to write cell. Okay, everything looks fine. It should work now. So let's try it once. So we are going to buy just one ether. So let's buy one. Okay, I have clicked it, but it is not responding. I don't know why. Buddy, come on, respond. Okay, it is not responding. So what's the issue? Let's see whether there is any error or not. So in the console I can't see any error, so let's find out from the code only. So here is the exchange. Okay, dot contract will be here. I hope everything is fine this time. So let's check with one. Okay, it is not working. We are connecting to MetaMask. We are going for two and buy. Okay, it is not showing anything. So token request to transfer request and transfer failed. Okay, it is showing a transfer request, and after that it is showing a transfer failed. So we need to check what's the issue. So let's check. So what should can be the issue here? If transfer type equal to buy, and here we are giving a transfer type as buy, it is perfect, and token, amount, account, and dispatch is here. I can't see any vulnerabilities. Let's check with console.log the amount. It's just to check whether it is running or not. So type F12 and I'm going to write 3 and hit buy. So it is giving us 3, so it is working. So the amount is working, and similarly we are going to check the provider, the exchange, the token, the account. Okay, 12345, 12345, and the transfer type. Okay, let's try it once. So it will be one and dispatch. So everything is pretty much here. Like it is buy here also. It is same provider contract. Both the contracts are looking same. I don't know why. Let's see whether we have given the same right contract or not. Sell token, get symbol. Okay, get name, sell token, and signer, buy token. Okay, so this one is the exchange, this one is the token, and this one is our address. This is the buy. So where is the problem? Let's try to clear the active tab data. So advanced clear active tab data, yes. I'm going to write here 3 and click on enter. Here it is working, everything is fine. I don't know why it is not working. So 1 2 3 4 5 6, 1 2 3 4 5 6. If transfer equal to buy, hmm, this is also buy and this is also buy. We are connecting with signer with the buy token of amount of token, and the value and the account inch both are same. So I think that the error can be in, as we are using buy token, let's check it whether it is going inside the if statement or not. So let's save it and let's check. Yeah, it is working. So what can be the issue? Exchange dot connect with signer. Here signer equal to get signer, provider dot get signer. Are we getting the signer right? So console dot log signer. Let's see the signer variable. Yeah, so the signer variable is also good. So what can be the issue? Uh, let's see what can be the issue. So buy token from the account, uh, exchange dot connect from with the value of this and with the sell token of this. Signer is okay, amount of token is also good. Okay, just a second. So control dot log amount of token. I think I missed something. So let's see. Amount of token is the big number because we have converted into big number using the ethers.utils.parse ether. Okay, that is also correct. And account, we are also getting the account and the total value. The account and the token total value. The account is here and the total value is also here. Okay, so we are not, we are using this value, like I want to say that we are using this value, but this is not a big number. You can see here it have literally so many zeros, but it is not a big number. It is not in a big number format. So we need to change it into a big number format, right? So that the transaction can take place, because Ethereum takes big number as input. So that's why we need to change it into big number. So for changing it into big number, what we need to do? Okay, it was literally taking a lot of time because I want to show you that how I debug the code so that you can also debug. So total value equal to await ethers dot big number. So this is a method to transfer a normal, like a number like in ethers into a big number, sorry, in way into a big number. So as you can see, I am converting that number into a big number. We using total value dot to string using the big number method, and I hope this time everything should work fine. Let's check it out once. So 5, okay, I wrote 3. Now this time, yeah, as you can see here, the transaction is working, and if we confirm the transaction, it should show us a success message in our MetaMask. Yeah, it is successful, and here also in the redux you can see that the token balance loaded. Okay, the token balance also loaded. It should be, because we are till now we are not calling those interaction file deploys, sorry, dispatch functions, so that's why it is not showing here. But if you will reload the page, then the token amount should increase by 3. Yeah, as you can see, it increased by 3. So now you can buy token, and if you want to sell token, you can also do it, but you need to give a lesser amount. So give a less amount like 2. So now it should decrease for 1, but first we need to approve it. As you have seen that we have used the approve. So confirm. So I hope this time also the transaction is successful. Yeah, sell token is successful, and if we reload again and connect it, we can see that it is 1, but we need to reload it. So what can we do so that it can change dynamically? So we will be using those dispatch things, like as you can see here, transfer request is used, transfer failure is used, transfer success is used. We will be using this to dynamically change the value. So how we are going to do that? Let me show you. So we are going to use the reducer for that, and now in the reducer we are going to emit these 3 cases, like the where it is, yeah, the transfer request, the transfer failure, and the transfer success. So it is in the token, so that's why we are going to go for the token and going to write these cases: transfer request, return, and similarly for other 3. This is for transfer failure, and this is for transfer success. Okay, and now we are going to assign this, like we are going to change the state. So we are going to change the state and write transaction. We are going to edit the transaction, and we will be writing is successful, is till now it is false, and is processing or is pending. It will be better. Pending will be true. Okay, and we are going to add one more variable, that transfer is progress. So is the transfer in progress? So we will be saying that yes, it is in transfer in progress. Like we have recently used the transfer request, so it is in progress, and whenever it is success or failure, it will be false. So we are here also, we are going to edit the state, and we are going to give the transaction, and is successful will be this time true, and is pending will be false, and the transfer in progress will be false, like it is already successful, so that's why there is no point to say that transfer is in progress. So transfer in progress will be false. Okay, now for transfer failure, so the dot state, for the state transaction, the is successful will be the is successful will be false because it is an error. and is pending will also be false because it is not pending now. And we are going to give one more variable, that is error is true, like it an error occurred, so that's why. And transfer failure will be same as fail, because transferred in progress will be fail, so that's why it will be false. Okay, looks good to me. False, false, true, false, and here also true, false, false, and here also false, true, true. Okay, so now let's uh, we will be using this transfer in progress to change the state and to dynamically allocate the value. But first, let's see whether the states in this are changing or not. So here it should show us that the transfer request is here. After that, the transfer success is here. So let's try out. So whenever I clicked on buy, a MetaMask pop up and hit confirm. And now let's see. Yes, transfer request, and after that transfer is success, it should show up, or transfer failure should show up. So let's see what will show up. Okay, it's taking a bit time. So buy token is successful, here it is showing, but here transfer success is not showing. It's because we have not added this subscribe to event in the app, so we need to call it in our app where the blockchain loading is taking place. So here, when the below the exchange, we are going to write await subscribe to event, and here we are going to provide the token and the dispatch. Okay, so looks good to me. Await is not necessary here because it is just changing the state. Okay, so everything looks good to me. So now let's check it once. Let's see first whether it is successful or not. Yeah, so now it is showing that transfer success, and before that everything loaded, and here transfer request, and after transfer success. Let's do it one more time. Now this time I am going to buy 12 tokens. So hit buy, and here it will cost us 12 ethers, and here I will hit confirm. After that, in this we are going to get transfer success. Okay, transfer request, transfer success, but it is showing us transfer success two times, but that's not an issue. And if you will reload it, the token amount should increase. So let's see. Yeah, the token amount increased, but we want it to just be dynamic, so that's why we are going to use the, what to say, the transfer in progress, this one. So first fetch the transfer in progress in the body. So go into this, and here write transfer in progress, and here also exchange dot contract dot, sorry, state dot exchange dot transfer in progress. Okay, let's see whether transfer in progress is occurring or not. So for that, let's see. Here after the contract, it should show that the, okay, in the token it will show. Yeah, in the token it is showing transfer in progress false. So whenever we will be initiating this transaction, the transfer in progress will be true, because the transfer request to event will occur, and whenever it will be completed, it will be false. So it is changing, so it will also re-render using, we will use effect to re-render our component. So we need to use effect. So where is our use effect here? Yeah, here is our use effect, and here we are going giving amount token, and also we are going to give here transfer in progress. That's it. So now it should change dynamically. So let's see. I am going to buy two tokens. Hit buy. Now the MetaMask is popping up, and we are going to confirm buying two tokens. And here now it should be changed dynamically and set as 17. Let's see what will happen. Okay, it is not changing. I don't know why. Transfer request is here, transfer success is here, and in the token also transfer is success is false. Here it was true and here it is now false, but this is not changing. Okay, so let's find out what's the matter, why buddy it is not changing, why it is not changing. So state dot exchange. Okay, we have wrote here exchange, it will be token. Like the transfer is in progress, we are doing it in token, right? Here you can see that token is here and transfer in progress is inside the token, so that's why it is not changing. So now it is changing. Let me show you one more time. We are going to buy three tokens and hit buy. So as you can see, the balance is not changing now. Whenever I click enter, it should increase, but this balance is not increase. It is because we need to increase it in our use effect only. So what we can do, we can call the load account function, load account with provider and dispatch. Okay, so now I think it should work, and the balance should also go down. Like I am going to buy 12 ethers, like 12 ERC20 tokens or TBC tokens, and hit confirm. Then this balance should go down. Yeah, the balance went down and the token amount increased. Now for the sell also, if we are going to sell 15 tokens, let's sell it 15 tokens. The balance should go up and the token amount should go down. So let's check, hit approve, and after that again hit confirm. Okay, as you can see that the token amount went down and the balance went up. Okay, that this is working nice. So now what I am going to do is I am going to set an alert, right? So that we can get an alert that whenever our transfer token or our transfer token is occurring, then only we are going to show that alert. So for that, what I am going to do is that I am going to make another folder inside the body which will be named as alert, and here we are going to make like two components. The first one will be alert.js and the second one will be alert.css. So alert.js and the second one will be alert.css. Okay, so here is some issue. Okay, I need to reopen the Visual Studio Code. So just wait. It just crashed. I don't know why. So we are going to make another alert.css. Sorry for that. Alert.css. Okay. Now we are going to write the alert component. Okay, let me first add the CSS of the alert. Okay, so you can get the CSS from the GitHub file. I will upload it. And now we are going to make the alert body, like the alert function. So RAFC as usual, and we are going to import here dot slash alert dot css. Okay, and then what we are going to do, we are going to give some statements that we are first going to import the is pending is error and all this. So first install is pending. Like if you can remember that here we are using use pending in the transaction. So const, sorry, it will be const use is pending equal to use selector. Okay, use selector state and state dot token dot transaction. Inside the transaction we have is pending. Okay, and after that const is error, and if it it is error, that we are going to add selector with state dot token dot transaction dot is error. Okay, so it looks good to me now, and after that we are going to use it. So the first one will be, so if it is pending, so we are going to use is pending. If it is pending, then what we are going to do, we are going to do something like we are going to make a div. Otherwise we are going to write another statement. hmm. So if it is pending, then it's okay. Otherwise what we are going to do, we need to write it into the curly braces. Okay, so we are already writing it in curly braces. So if it is pending, then we are going to do this thing. Otherwise if it is error, then we are going to do something. So if it is error, then also we are going to do something. And if it is neither is error nor is pending, and if it is something else, then we are going to write not is pending. Like it is neither is pending, and also the event occurs, like at last something transaction happens, then the event will also occur. We need to add the event here. I forgot to add that, but we are going to add the event also. If it is 0, then we are going to do something. So for now I am going to add div everywhere. In the error also we are going to add div, and here also we are going to add div. Okay, for now. So it is showing some error. Let's see what's the error is telling us. Yeah, so if these things happen, then it will be like that. And also we need to write a default statement like this, and if nothing of this happens, then we are going to write null. Okay, and here it is not able to find any event, so we need to go for the event. We need to import the event similar to this. Const event equal to use selector state. It's not state, it's state. And here we are going to add that state and state dot token dot events. Okay, so we are using these events. Okay, and let's add this event in the transfer success. So events will be like, what will be this? So events will be like, we are going to add a new event in before, so that's why we are going to first add the event which is latest, and then we are going to add the other events after that. So stored dot events. Okay. So this thing looks good, and now here is no error. And now when it is pending, what we are going to do? When it is pending, we are going to make a div with class name. Here we are going to add a class name named alert, and on click, whenever it will be clicked, we will be use remove handler. Okay, let's make the remove handler. Okay, sorry for this. Control P to remove the sidebar, and let's make this function remove handler. So const remove handler equal to some function. So for now we are just keeping it empty, and now I am going to make another div inside it so that we can make a overlay. So dot overlay dash dash remove. We are going to name it same like this, and here we are going to add a ref as overlay ref. Okay, we are going to make this ref, but before that, let's make another div with class name alert box dash dash remove. Okay, alert box dash dash remove, and the ref will be here alert ref. And let's make these two refs first. So we are going to make the alert ref and the overlay ref. Okay, so first let's make the alert ref. Const alert ref equal to use ref, and initial value will be null. Import the use ref, and similarly for the overlay ref it will be like that. And inside this alert ref we are going to insert h2, which will be telling us that action pending, like the action is pending. Okay, so this should work, and after that, if it is an error, then we are going to make this alert as same as the first one. Just copy it and paste it here. Yeah, and just do the same thing here also. Okay, yeah, so if it is action fail, then we are going to write here action fail will fail. Okay, so these things looks good to me, these two things. And now the last one, that if it is neither pending nor error, then it will be successful. Then we are going to write uh, some of these things will be similar, like these things. These three things will be similar. We are going to copy it and just paste it here. Okay, so here these three lines will be similar to the above, and here we are going to write action success. So if it is neither action pending nor action is error, then it will be action success. And after that, we are going to give a tag where we will be keeping the, like, what to say, like the transaction hash. So for that, we are going to get the transaction hash from the events, as you can see here. If we connect, and here if we make a transaction, like, let me show you once. to hit buy, this should pop up and hit confirm. The alert is not showing because we have not applied the whole thing yet, but for now you can see the token, and here is the events, and in every event there will be a transaction hash. Like here you can see the transaction hash, and using this you can like verify the transaction in the blockchain. So for that we are going to print the transaction here. So here we are going to make another div known as transaction hash out dot transaction hash out. Okay, and inside the transaction hash out we are going to give a tag with a href we are going to provide. In the href we are going to provide something. So what are we going to provide? We are going to provide a config chain id. So we are going to fetch all these things. So let's just import the chain id and config file. Import, as usual, import config from the dot slash config.json, and for the chain id we are going to use const chain id equal to use selector state dot where is the chain id, yeah, state dot provider p should be capital dot chain id. Okay, so looks good to me, everything looks fine. Let's check it once whether the provider is capital or not. So yeah, it is capital, so I am right. Okay, so if the chain id exists in the config file, then we are going to show something. So we are going to give a link here. So the link will be config chain id dot explorer url slash transaction hash slash this event 0 dot transaction hash. Okay, otherwise we are going to just show a hash, like if the chain id does not exist then. And we need to provide a target as blank, and also the rel as non notified. Okay, so no deferral, it is showing good. Why is this tag coming from? Okay, we need to give the transaction hash, right? So events 0 dot transaction hash, it won't be events, it will be event dot transaction hash dot slice. We are going to slice the transaction hash also with 0 comma 6 and with dot plus events 0 event 0 dot transaction hash dot slice 60 comma 66. Okay, yeah, so everything looks fine. Now one thing is left, that is the remove handler. So in the remove handler what we are going to do, we are going to make some changes. So for that, async. So in the remove handler what we are going to do, we want to remove the whatever the transaction pending or transaction failure, whatever is showing, it will be disappeared. So for that, so actually it is not required. So alertref dot current dot class name equal to alertbox dot remove. Okay, and also for the overlay ref dot current dot class name equal to overlay dash dash remove alert box and overlay dot dash dash remove. Okay, so everything looks good to me. So let's check it once, but before that we need to add this alert in the app. So for that we need to go to the app.js, and we need to input it here in before the body. Okay, after the body. So alert. Now it should show us. So we are going to buy 12 ethers. So hit buy. It is not showing anything. Not showing a single thing. So why it is so? Let's check. Hmm. So what can be the matter? I have added the alert.css also. So okay. So one thing is that we need to use effect, so that whenever is pending occurs, we can just show the is pending. So for use effect, so if is pending, then we are going to show alert ref. Okay, alert ref dot current dot class name equal to alert ref. So we need to make it like this. Before that, import use effect, and after that overlay ref dot current dot class name equal to overlay. And here also we are going to use is pending. So now it should show us. So now let's see. Okay, action pendings is showing us, but it is in wrong time. Okay, let's see. We have entered the token and not showing anything. Okay, let's refresh it once and try again. So hit connect, and after that we are going to buy 12 tokens. So action pending is showing, but no designs is here. Okay, so we are going to confirm it, and whenever it is successful, it should show us action successful. So let's see. Transfer success occurred, but still now it is action pending. So we wrote something wrong in the here. So let's check the class names. Okay, I am checking what's the issue. So whenever it is remove handler, we are going to use alertref dot current dot class name equal to alertref dash dash remove. It is same, and also in use ref it is using alertref dot current dot. Okay, here I have wrote alert ref. Here will be alert box. Okay, so here was the issue. Now let's try it. Yeah, so this is showing alert pending. Let's try it one more time. So hit connect and 12 confirm buy. So now it is showing alert pending, and whenever the transaction is successful, it should show a transaction success with a like transaction hash. Okay, so let's wait. Okay, the transaction is successful, but it is still showing up transaction pending. So let's check whether the transaction is changing or not. So transaction is pending equal to, okay, still now it is true. I don't know why, and is successful is still now false, but here it is showing that it the transaction has taken place. So let's see what's the issue in the reducer. So here whenever the transaction fail, it will be like this. So in the interaction we need to check to check these statements are same or not. Okay, the names should match, and is successful is true here, is pending is false here, and here also is pending is getting false. Transaction success is last. Okay, is pending is also true here. Seems good to me. Why it is happening, I don't know. Let's buy it one more time. Ah, it is now showing nothing. Okay, just try it once. Reload, connect, hit 4, hit buy. Now it is showing an action pending. Connect, transfer request, and transfer success, and the token is now transaction. The pending is false and is successful is true. Now it should show us, but I don't know why it is not showing us. Let's check it one more time. Okay, so overlay not is pending and event number 0 is there. So I hope event is also getting triggered. So token, yeah, event is also getting triggered. Let's try one more time. This time it is not showing anything. And transfer success is showing here. Event is coming up. There is no issue. So everything good looks good to me. I don't know why it is happening like that. Let's check it one more time. Till the time it is we are not getting success, we should keep trying. Use ref, overlay ref, alert ref. Okay. Hmm. Alert box overlay. Alert box overlay. Alert box and overlay. Alert box and overlay. Hmm. Everything is fine. I don't know why it is happening like that. Like let's see whether these things are happening or not. So here it is ether loaded for now, and whenever we are hitting confirm, transfer success is here, but transferred loaded is not getting triggered. So why it is so? So let's check one more time here in the reducer. So transfer request is not getting triggered. So let's check it once. So let's go to the interactions, and here we are going to check this. So transfer request, here transfer request should get called. Is successful is false, is true. Transfer in progress is true. Okay. Let's see it for the last time. So going to connect it and going to use 12. Now action pending is showing up. Hit confirm. So still now it is giving the same thing. Action pending is false all the time. So here transaction action loaded, success taken place. Okay. So transfer in progress. Okay, the transfer request is not showing up. Okay, transfer request is showing up. Here you can see the transfer request is showing up, and the is successful is true and is pending is false. Okay, and transfer is progress is true, and after that whenever the transfer success happens, these things change. Like is successful is true before the transfer success. I don't know why. Let's see. Is successful should be false, but this time it is true, and the spending is also false. Is successful should be false when the transfer request is calling up. So what happened now? Let's try it one more time. Hit buy. Hit confirm, and let's see. So here the transfer request happened. Let's go to the transfer request. Okay. Okay, now I realized where our mistake is. So as you can see, here we are writing transaction, but here we have write something else. Like it is transaction something, whatever. So it's a mistake. So just correct it. Okay. And now the alert should work. So let's see. Let's give it to let's buy 12 ethers. Okay, we need to restart it once and then connect to MetaMask and then give some amount like 23. I am giving again and it's showing action pending. And if we confirm it, it should show us the transaction success. Yeah, so action success. So here you can see that here is the code, like the hash code of the transaction. Now we are going to change from localhost to Sepolia. Okay, and we are going to upload our smart contract in Sepolia. Okay, so now let's upload the smart contract in Sepolia testnet. So go to the token and copy it, and after that go to the exchange and also copy it, and after that just search here Etherscan. Just a second, yeah. So Etherscan, not Etherscan, Remix ID, and after that click here in the first link, and you will be taken to the Remix IDE where you can upload your code. So go to contracts, and I have already made this file, so I will just erase all of this to show to you that I am just copy and pasting other things. So here the first one is token, so I'm going to add this one and going to say okay. Here is some mistake. Let's see what's the mistake. Token sold, a contract identifier not found or not unique. Okay. So it's the code for the exchange. So we need to put exchange here. And now for the token, we are going to provide the token. Yeah. So in the token.sol, we have given token, and in the exchange, we have given the exchange contract. Okay. Now we will be deploying the token contract first. So let's deploy it. First, let's change the test like the network from Hardhat to Sepolia testnet, and after that let's go to like into the main account. I have an account here, so I will be using it. I already have Sepolia ethers, so going to deploy it in injected provider MetaMask Web3. Okay, so everything is here. We need to give the string name. So I will be giving the name as the blockchain century. Okay, and the symbol will be TBC, and the total amount will be 1 1 2 3 4 5 6. Okay, I hope this is the constructor. Yeah, so this is the constructor. It has name, symbol, and total supply. We have given total supply as like 1 million. Yeah, 1 million. Okay, so I am going to deploy it. So hit deploy. The MetaMask is popping up. Let's see. Contract deployment is here. Click confirm, and here we will get our contract. Yeah, so as you can see, here is our contract. Just copy this and paste it in the config file. Here just duplicate it, and after that the token address you should put it here. Yeah, so looks good to me. It will be 1115. Like, let's see what's the chain ID for Sepolia. Okay, here it is written that 111555111. Okay, so for Sepolia it is 1115111, 111555111. Okay, and now let's see is everything okay or not. Hmm. So it looks good to me. And after that we are going to deploy the exchange. So for that we are going to go to exchange, and here we need to give the value. We are going to give the value as 1 ether, like it is the cost of ether with comparison to your ERC20 token which we have deployed here. So what parameters is it asking? So it is asking for value, so we are going to give 1, and also the token address. So we need to give the token address. I am going to give this one only. So just paste it, and as you can see we have deployed it and we have given all the parameters, and let's deploy it. So click deploy. The MetaMask is popping up. Yeah, contract deployment and confirm. Let's see, here it should be exchange. Yeah, so as you can see exchange address is here. We have uploaded it in exchange, and after that just paste the address here and just hit save. Now let's see whether our application is working or not. So just reload it, connect with Sepolia. Yeah, so as you can see we have the Sepolia testnet and we have balance of 5 ethers. Okay, and we have amount of like 1 2 3 4 5 6. Okay, so it's because we have just like we have deployed it using this account, so that's why the all the balances are with the deployer or the main owner. So what we can do, we can just transfer all the 1 million amount to the exchange. So hit copy to the exchange, and from here only I am going to do the thing. So I am going to give my address, like this is my address, transfer address from, and in place of 2 we are going to give the address of the exchange of giving the exchange address, and after that we are going to give the amount, like I am going to give it not why the whole 1 million. I am going to give it like 9999900. Okay, 100 should be with us. Okay, so now hitting the transfer, MetaMask should pop up. Why it is not popping up? I think we did something wrong. Let's see. Okay, here we have given two commas, so it won't be like that. Here it will be only one comma, so it's my mistake. So hitting confirm, it is showing transfer. So hit confirm, and the amount should be transferred to the like to the exchange. So let's check. We are giving the here in the balance of we are checking the exchange value. So hit balance off, and here we are going. Okay, it's my address, so that's why it is showing. Okay, no, it's not my address. It's the exchange address. Here I'm getting confused. So as you can see here that the amount went off from our address to the exchange address. And now let's check our address whether the tokens decreased or not. Control V. Now let's check balance of. Okay, like I need to give my address from here. Let's check. It is showing 999990011. Okay, why it is so? Okay, so it is showing it in UINT. Yeah. So let's check in this one. Okay, here is some mistake. We did some mistake, I guess. Like it should not show us this much amount. Okay, let's check what mistake we have done. We have sent 1 million. Okay, so in the transfer function, we need to give the converted amount, but we just provided the way amount. So let's go and see this. Let's change the way into ether, or sorry, the ether into way. So going to change it, ethers to way. And let's first just transfer all the amount first so that it won't be confusing. So I am undoing all the things we have done with transfer. So in the transfer, here we are going to use the transfer function to transfer the amount from the exchange to the user so that it won't be that much of confusing. Or we can do it from our app also. Okay, no, not from our app, from this one only. So let's change everything, and the first one is from, so we are going to give it from the exchange address. So from the exchange address I'm going to copy it and going to paste it from and to the ethers address. Okay, let's forget, just do the same thing. Whatever is, like, way is a very small amount, so it won't hamper us. So the first thing we are going to do is copy this one, transfer from, and after that we are going to click copy of the address of the exchange and going to paste here and going to give the amount in wave format. So let's go here, and we are going to give 9999900 way in ethers, so it will be this much of way. So we're going to copy it, and after that we are going to paste it in our remix. In the transfer, here we are going to paste the amount, and after that transfer. Now everything should be fine. Okay, now let's see. Our value should decrease now. So connect. Yeah, so as you can see, the value decreased from it should be 100, but we have also given some of the amount previously in wave format. So it will be better to undo it, I guess. So because it is giving a big mess amount, so that's why. So we are going to transfer the amount from this to our account, this value of 999900. Okay, and hit transfer, and MetaMask should pop up and hit confirm. So I forward this thing. So now everything should be fine. uh, okay, now let's check the balance of, yeah, now the balance of is 100. Okay, and in our application also it is 100, the token amount. Okay, so now we have deployed it in Sepolia. Let's test by buying it, buying some amount. Like I'm going to buy 0.01 amount of our ether using my token, my balance. So here you can see 0.01 Sepolia is going to give to our account. So hit confirm. So action pending is showing up. Let's wait for the action success. Okay, the buy token is pending. Let's see how much time. Yeah, so it is confirmed, and here is your transaction hash. So let's click it to verify. Okay, it is not showing up. It is just showing here. Okay, that's because we have not added the the Explorer URL. So we need to add the Explorer URL here, and also for here we are going to give the Explorer URL as hash. Okay, so like this. So this is the Explorer URL. Now it we can add the Explorer URL ID from our alert statement. So as you can see here, whenever we will click on the A, here we will be taken to the transaction hash here. So let's see. This time I am going to buy one more 0.01 amount and hit buy. Transaction pending is now showing up. Have I Let me check whether I have, yeah, I have saved it. So let's check. The MetaMask is popping up here. I'm going to confirm it. The buy token is pending till now. Let's see when it will be successful. It should show us that, yeah, you have submitted. Yeah. And here is the transaction hash. Now just click it. It should go to Sepolia. And as you can see, here is our transaction hash and it is verifying us. We can verify it from here. Yeah, and the transaction status is successful. Congratulations, we have made the app successfully. And let's try the sell one. So 0.02 ethers I am going to sell. So let's see. Hit confirm, and after that this approval will occur, and then sorry, by mistake two windows have opened up. So now it is going to transfer us the amount. So going to hit confirm, and now it should, the amount should decrease here, and the sell is still pending. Let's see how much time it is going to take. Okay, so the transaction is successful, and here you can see the transaction hash. Just click on it to see it in Etherscan. So status is indexing till now. Let's wait for it to confirm, complete the transaction. Yeah, so the status is successful, and now you can see that our token amount decreased and our balance also increased. Okay, guys, so that's all for today. I hope you liked the video. Please make sure to subscribe to the channel and give comments. All your doubts should be asked in the comment section. Okay, so thank you for watching. Keep learning.